You love this game? I mean, love it with your whole heart. Because if you don't, let's not even bother. Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face. I love this game. I live this game. And there's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Is it all you ever think about? Let's face it, it's you against you out there. When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
And my personal question to you is, why not you?
Your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand it's you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
You cannot change your life unless you change something. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got.
It's more socially acceptable to be our own biggest critic than it is to be our own biggest cheerleader.
Listen to the pain. It's both history teacher and fortune teller. Pain teaches us who we are. Sometimes it's so bad, we feel like we're dying. But we can't really live till we die a little, can we?
You've got the brains. You can make decisions. You can study the plan. You can change your life. You can grow immensely in the next few years. You can make your dreams come true. You can build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. You can become healthy. You can become powerful. Why not you?
The fear is never reaching your potential.
That's it.
That always falling short, always fear is never done, always procrastinating, always falling short, always fear is never done, always procrastinating, always falling short, always fear is never done, always procrastinating, always falling short.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you fail.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of multiple lives.
That's where you fail.
And it could have been a story of mine. And I tell our kids, what's your biggest fear? And it could have been a story of mine. And I tell our kids, my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say, I don't care if your biggest fear, I don't care. So this is play game. Let's say you're God. Let's say, I don't care. Yeah, we have a big, I don't care. So this is play game. Let's say I made the heaven. 75 years old, 300 pounds, I made the heaven. I worked this for Ecolab my entire life, praying for cockroaches. That's right. 300 pounds, I made the heaven. I'm dead. And you are at your judgment zone now. So we're in line, we're all sitting there. You have Adam Brown. So here's a big board up. And you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. Adam Brown. So you rip it down, right next to him. David God. Adam Brown. I see my name. I see all this. God goes, hey, you say, read David God. Now I'm reading my list. I'm seeing, God goes, hey, you say 82 pounds. And I'm seeing my list. I'm seeing, God goes, hey, motivational speakers, changing lives. Okay, man, pull up record, motivational speakers, changing lives. That's not me, man. Okay, and God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. That's not me.
Gotta be a little bit gone to it. You're not all there. You gotta be almost insane to your craft. Not a lot of people can understand that.
Just that when it feels scary to jump, Ian,
not a lot of people can
that is exactly when you jump. When it feels scary to jump, otherwise you end up staying in the same place your whole life. Exactly when you jump, and that I can't do. Otherwise you end up
always
staying
afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. You could have anything you want because you are bound by every negative thing.
Do you love this game? I mean, love it with your whole heart. Because if you don't, I mean, let's not even bother. Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face. I love this game. I live this game. Slam it right in our face. And there's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings. Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Talent every time. Is it all you ever think about? You got all the talent in the world. Let's face it's you against you out there. When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. I'm doing bad. Because nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
Everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. Around you that you call life, and you can change it, you can influence it, you can mold it.
Ben, you had that third failure in a row. Did you think, I need to pack this in? Third failure in a row. Why not? Did you think, I need to pack this in?
I always felt like I could do anything.
Why not? Did you think?
That's the main thing people are controlled by. Thoughts, their perception of themselves. They're slowed down by their perception of themselves. If you're taught you can't do anything, you won't do anything. They're slowed down by their perception of everything. If you're taught you can't do anything, you won't do anything.
Come close to the screen and listen. People don't have to like you. People don't have to love you. They don't even have to respect you. People don't have to love you. But when you look in the mirror, you better love what you see. You better love what you see. Thank you to the critics. Thank you.
Sometimes life can really hijack your mind. When that happens to you, you're all stuck. Your goals, your ambitions, everything's out the window. In life, we all go through different things. Sometimes your girlfriend or boyfriend breaks up with you. Guess what? Get the goals. They no longer want you. Maybe you fail a test in school. You work. Guess what? You failed the test. Get over it. Maybe you passed the test. Learn to not let life hijack your brain. At work, get over it. Talk that new promotion. You don't get it. Someone else does. Maybe they get better than you do. Guess what? Get over it. Life will hijack your mind. Let it. Don't allow all these things to make you a lesser person. You must own your mind. Don't let life own yours.
It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide. Clubs, it's time to party. I'm trying to fit in and socialize. Rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you not clubbing like every time I text you and invite you to go do something fun and cool, you always studying? Because I'm trying to get it.
Why would you not go for it? Why would you not take a chance? At one point in time, you got to take a chance on you. Take a chance.
To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. To get something Les Brown, the motivational speaker, he made an analogy about this. It says, imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. And they say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say, and now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, and now we have to go. How many ghosts are going to be around your bed at the time?
I asked the question, why not you? And now here's my last question. I asked my very last question. And now here's my last question. On the questions to ponder is why not now? My very last question. There never was a better time. On the questions to take this dream and not let it die. Take this dream and give it life. Take this dream and breathe into it your own personal spirit. Give it life until finally it becomes a flame that burns around the whole world. Let's go do it now.
Eventually, you are going to have to jump. You cannot just exist in this life. You have got to try to live. Just exist. If you are waking up thinking that there's got to be more to your life than it is, man, believe that it is. But to get to that life, you're going to have to jump.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, it will happen.
You cannot change your life unless you change something. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got.
Your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand is you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
Everybody thinks they're a loser. Every young person thinks they're a loser. At least a young person in the situation I was at. Like, I didn't know I wasn't a loser until I started winning. Until I started doing martial arts. Like, martial arts taught me that, like, I could get better at stuff. That I wasn't really a loser.
You will fail at some point in your life, except you will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something.
You can't wait for everything to be perfect to start living. You can't wait for everything. Because I bet that's what I've done. My whole life has been like that. Inside of me, it has been, as soon as it's all lined up, I'm going to show you myself. As soon as I've got it all looking the way I want, I'm going to show up for you. I'm never going to get to that where everything's okay. Where everything looks a certain way. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do have available. I'm burning that candle up. I'm burning this candle down. And I'm saying as soon as it gets bright enough or warm enough in here, I'm going to show up. But the candle's getting smaller.
It's more socially acceptable to be our own biggest critic than it is to be our own biggest cheerleader.
10 years before I've heard it put into words, if you can be in a bad mood for no reason, you can be in a good mood for no reason.
There's a quote that I've fallen in love with. The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding. I've fallen in love with. The magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding.
When I wake up every day, there's only one voice I have. It doesn't matter whether I achieve all of my goals or I don't achieve all of the goals. In 3 generations, I'll be forgotten, and the only people who were naysaying against you will also be dead. And so then it's like, the only people who were naysaying, just do it for me.
When it feels scary to jump,
And so then it's like,
that is exactly when you jump. When it feels scary, otherwise you end up staying in the same place your whole life. Exactly when you jump, and that I can't do.
You're always afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. You are bound by nothing because all you see.
I'm going to have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. Because, yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
You had that third failure in a row.
Yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes.
Did you think I need to pack that third failure in a row?
Why not?
Did you think
I don't ever
I
give
need
up.
to pack that third failure?
I mean, I'd have to be dead or completely incapacitated.
The fear is never reaching your potential. That's it. That always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing. And then one day you're an old man. Always you look back, God, I could have been great. And then one day you're an old man.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. It is. And it could have been the story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear? And it could have been the story of mine. And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So let's just play a game. Let's say you're God. And we have a big, long line of people. And I made it to heaven. 75 years old, 300 pounds. I made it to heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's right. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven. And you are you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. You have Adam Brown. So we're in line. He has a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. Adam Brown. And you rip it down. I'm next to him. And you're David God. Adam Brown about his life. I see my name. I see all this. And God goes, hey. And you say, read David God. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing God goes, hey. And you say 82 pounds. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing God goes, hey. Motivational speakers, changing lives. Okay, man, pull up record, all these speakers, changing I'm like, that's not me, man. Okay, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. That's not me.
To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. To get something. Les Brown's a motivational speaker. He made an analogy about this. He says, imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. say we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, and now we have to go. How many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes?
You see that look right there?
They're going to be around your bed.
Don't ever let a man see you like that. You see that look right there? You give him the power. Don't ever let a man see you like that. If you gotta take an L, you take it with your head up, chest out. If you gotta like take an L, you take it with your
Make
head
the
up,
hard decisions,
chest out.
make the sacrifices, make the unpopular decisions, and become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, full responsibility to change.
If you were to create a human, what would you put them through to make them comfortable? It probably would create a human a really chill life. What would you put them through to make them patient? You probably wouldn't give them a really chill life. And so it's like we want these traits, but each of the traits has a price tag attached to it. So it's just like, do you want to pay the price tag to get the thing? And so I think if people reframed the period of life that they're going through as the price that they're paying out of their wallet, that people reframe time as the seconds of life that they're trading for it, then I think more people will be willing to make the trade. Because at least when I look at myself, seconds of life, like when I'm 80-something years old and I'm looking back in my life, I want to have these traits. But in order to have these traits, I know I have to go through like when I'm 80-something years old. And I think for me, that's given me a lot of these traits. The comfort of the traits, I know I have to go through like when I'm 80-something years old. And I think
you love this game.
I mean, love it with your whole heart. Because if you don't, I mean, it's not even a bother. Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face. I love this game. I live. They're just going to slam it right in our face. And there's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. And there's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings. Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Talent every time. Is it all you ever think about? You got all the talent in the world. Let's face it, it's you against you out there. Is it all you ever? When you walk on that court, let's face it, you have to think I am the best guy out there.
Whatever you do, you've got to be a little bit gone to it. You're not all there. You've got to be almost insane to your craft. Not a lot of people can understand that. That's why I don't know about nothing else. I do not pay attention to nothing else. There was games of football on this, there was rugby, there was this, there was that. I do not pay attention. And like normal society is like, let's talk about this, let's engage in this. And I can't do it, I just don't, let's talk about this. People are talking to me and in my head I'm counting something. I'm counting up a number. Or I'm knee deep in a sequence on the map or on the feed. That's my life, sequences and numbers. Nothing else. I cannot pay attention to nothing else.
Fears never reaching it, always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating, always not doing the right thing, and then one day you're an old man. You look back, God, I could have been great.
My personal question to you is why not you? You've got the brain. You can make decisions. You can study the plan. You can change your life. You can grow immensely in the next few years. You can make your dreams come true. You can build a financial wall around your family. Nothing can get through. You can become healthy. You can become powerful. Why not?
People don't see that. People will never understand that. To be success, all they think about, well, he batted 202, and he struck out certain number of times. Yeah, okay. But the effort was there, he struck out, and the learning time, and the passion, but the effort was there that has transcended not just to me, but to other people who are afraid to do things because they're worried about the perception until they come from other places. To me, that's more gratifying than anything else. So that's the thing that my father and my mother instilled. They take a negative and turn it into a positive. So don't be afraid to fail.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world. Try not to bash into the walls too much. Try to have a nice family life. Have fun. Save a little money. Try to have a nice family life. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader. Once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you call life. Once you discover
We're up here because we had a dream and let nothing stand in our way. If anything tried to bring us down, we used it to make us strong. We were never satisfied, never finished, we'll never be retired. My high school English teacher, Mr. Fisk, he had this beautiful quote, and it read, "Rest at the end, not in the middle." And I took that to heart. I believe there's time for resting at the end, but for me, that time is not now. To have a dream, sacrifice for it, and never ever rest in the middle.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
You want to be great?
Don't be afraid.
You want to be the baddest motherfucker ever at what you do? You're going to be misunderstood by everybody because you're going to be so fucking obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes. When people don't understand you anymore, you arrive.
If you haven't gotten what you want, then you're not worthy of it. Period. Now you can admit that you suck and improve. Better to know you're bad for a season than pretend you're good for a lifetime. If you're not making as much money as you want, because you're not as good as you think you are for a lifetime.
You're crazy until you're successful. Then you're just not as good as you think. I think for a lot of people, when you're grinding on a small channel, people think you're too obsessed. You're a weirdo. Stop only making videos. Like, get a life. Be realistic. People will convince you you're out of your mind not wanting to do this. Get a life. But then once you're successful, they're like, yo, your drive, your tenacity was great. But it's like, yeah, well, where was that back then? You know what I mean? I didn't get that when I was a small channel.
It's only delusional until it works. So is it really delusional? Once the world sees it, there's nothing delusional about it. Now, you're delusional. Once the world sees it, oh, he's a fucking genius.
I tell you, the harder and harder you work in here, the harder and harder it becomes to accept failure out there. Second place isn't an option anymore, guys. The more you give in here, the more you get out there. Why would you not want to give it at all? What else are you going to do? You come here and kill it right now? Or stay home on the couch? You know, watching the LivePodcast live. What else would you be doing right now? Taking the time off? Or taking the time to get ahead? If it doesn't seem so easy to you, it's because you don't believe yourself. You believe in yourself. You want to be in here killing it. Because give you that much more of a chance because you believe you can solve that. Because they don't believe they can never get there. So therefore, why take the precautionary steps to sharpen and hone the arsenal to really go to battle? Because they don't even want to go to battle. They know they don't lose. Everything will move. Do you want a positive reinforcement or do you want a negative one? How do you want people to see you? A lot of times I'll be in tourism mile run or something like that, and I'm all jacked up. I'll be in tourism, body's broken, mind's broken, spirit's broken. I start to say, what if I can pull this off? It's the what if I can pull off a fucking miracle. What if I can become someone that no one thinks I can be? And just me talking about that, I have the hair going up on my arm. Because it makes me just like talking, what if? I have the hair going up on my arm. Because it makes me just like,
Nobody can tell you what passion is. Because nobody can dictate that. After the 100% in the mind. No coach, no play, nobody can make you run 100%. Nobody else can make you finish the task. Nobody else can do it. That's why the thing is isolated. That's what wins championships. That's what wins battles. That's why tags like God can tackle it. And today can tackle it. Because you don't know what time it feels like.
Let's face it, it's you against you out there. When you walk on that court, let's face it, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
But here's the fact. All of you have extraordinary capabilities. All of you. You have to decide if you're willing to do the things to put you in that category. You have to decide if you're willing to win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. Don't put on the show. You win the game. You don't put on the show. You win.
Don't give me your hand. Let him take this one. You go in here and you kick his ass, man.
You stop being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to
into the bridge. That's who you're going against. I believe that in boxing, and I do believe that in life. Let me tell you something you already know. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Anger is your biggest tool.
Moving forward.
Sometimes angry has strange you. Anger is you twice as fast. Sometimes angry has strange you. Twice as fast. Yeah, the guy in the ring is your enemy. Make his mistakes. Yeah, the guy be his destruction.
Now go out there and show me how you do this.
Mistakes. Yeah, the guy.
Show me how you live.
Destruction.
Now go out there and show me how you fight.
Mistakes. Because I want to be
Show me how you
great.
live. Now go out there and show me how you fight.
And you're
Because I
not.
want to be great. I want to be one of the greats.
And you're not.
You love this game. I want to be one of the greats.
Love it with your whole heart.
You love this game.
Because if you don't,
I want to be one of the
let's not
greats.
even bother. Let's not open that door. They're just going to slam it right in our face. I love this game. I live this game.
Slam it right in our face.
There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings. Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Talent every time. Is it all you ever think about? You got all the talent in the
I
world.
want you to understand the difference between a risk and a gamble. This, what we do here, this is calculated, okay? We weigh the odds, we make a choice. This,
You see that man right there?
this is what calculated.
Do you remember him?
We weigh the odds, we make a choice.
You gotta block out everything and be in the moment. Not the past, not the future. You gotta block out right now and be in the moment.
We have control
Not the
of
past, not the
this.
future.
Belongs to
Right
you.
now and be in the moment.
We have control. This is yours.
Not
You're the captain. Belongs to you. You're the master. This is yours. You're the foreman. You're the general. You're the head. Don't give control of this to nobody. You're the head.
Don't let this man control you.
Don't give
Don't let him control you.
You gotta get real dark. Now, like I was telling you before, if you want to be ordinary, you ain't even gotta listen to real dark. Just go on about your business. I was telling you before, if you want to be ordinary, you ain't even gotta listen.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. Soft times.
If you don't fail, you're not even trying. My wife told me this great expression. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did.
Now, the only place to go from failure is to win. Now, the only place to go to achieve failure is you have to take it that far. Nobody wants to go that far. It's too scary. You know something? I got news for you. That's where winning is. It always has been. Nothing's changed.
Damn right, come on! What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Les Brown's a motivational speaker. He made an analogy about this. He says, imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. And they say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, and now we have to go. How many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes?
I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lynx the conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody ruthless. I'm the Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat your children. Praise be to Allah.
You have to learn how to fail. A lot of us have big dreams, big goals. And when you have goals that are maybe outside your reach, you have to know that getting to that goal, you're gonna have a lot of bad days. So I had to teach myself how to fail right. And what that means is, when I fail, so I can't spend much time in that fail zone. I have to be able to get up and get at it the next day just as fast. I don't have time to stay here and feel bad about myself for weeks and months and years, because I'll lose that time to stay here.
The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted. And somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person traveling the world. It is the power of
no results, but I'm a little bit
work.
No results, but I'm a little bit better. No results, I'm a little bit better, but work a little bit better. Boom, just got paid. I just got paid, and it looks like overnight success. It's like, oh, it happened in here. No, bro, just got paid. It doesn't. It's like overnight success.
It sucks. It's painful. It's fucking mind-numbing. It sucks. Because this is what it takes. Creating another voice is sometimes going at it alone. Because it's all the time takes. Because no one's gonna believe it. It's sometimes going at it alone.
I love this game. I live this game.
It's sometimes going at it alone.
And there's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings who are obsessed with this game. There's 1,000 other guys waiting in the wings. Obsession's gonna be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? When you walk on that court, you have to think, I am the best guy out there.
The hardest thing in life is figuring out who you are and what you want to do for the rest of your life. And once you figure that out, you wake up every day and you work toward it. It's impossible for you to fail if you know who you are, what you want to do, and you wake up every day and work toward it.
When I seen that Bentley at the boxing gym, and I seen that diamond Rolex, I said, I want that. And I seen that Bentley at the boxing gym, and I knew what it took. And I seen that diamond Rolex, so I know when my opponent is asleep, I'm out there at 4 or 5 in the morning, chopping trees, working. To this day, 5 in the morning, because I can retire today. I'm well off, very comfortable. Because I can retire the will to win.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. Put some more air in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable procedure.
What if we have that kind of attitude? The cause repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off. But you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and saying to yourself, it's not over until I win.
The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make, and you're not making the decisions.
Embrace the process, and then by the time you get up in years, you can be a man that you're proud of. And then by the time you get up, okay, in years. So this is just an encouragement to just, okay, chill out. This is just an encouragement, just chill out. Embrace the process. You say, Dwayne, what process? Lie. Just chill out. Embrace the process.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
You cannot change your life unless you change something. You cannot change. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you
And you
always
can
got.
do. You can do anything that you want. And you can get singing lessons, get a better job, make more money. You can be like rich. You could live in could be president. Rich, do what if the White House someday. You could be not of the other. Rich, do what if the White House someday.
You're always afraid to take the first step because all you see is every negative thing 10 miles down the road. That you can do anything you want. You are bound by nothing. Negative thing. What are you passionate about?
Something y'all don't want, that's why you ain't got it. Excuses sound best to the person that's making them up. You ain't got it. There's pretty much nothing that you can say that you went through that I haven't went through, and I'm still here. That you can say that you stop feeling sorry for yourself. Get off the pity potty. Wake your ass up. Awaken the beast inside. Get in shape. Get off the pity potty. Beast inside.
What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt would you dare to not fail, what one thing would you set as a goal for yourself? If you only had 6 months to live, what would you start doing? What would you do more of? Who would you spend time with? What is really important to you?
75 years. That's how much time you get if you're lucky. 75 years. 75 winters, 75 springtimes, 75 summers, and 75 autumn years. When you look at it like that, it's not a lot of time, is it? Don't waste it. Get your head out of the rat race. Forget about the superficial things that preoccupy your existence and get back to what's important now. Right now, this very second.
Every time someone asks you a question, you try to say the right answer. Your entire life is a test. And when did you have the most anxiety? In grammar school or high school? On test days. So your entire life becomes this test. I ain't trying to say the right answer. I am just doing what I feel. My mama said trying is failing. There is no ifs, just woulds, coulds, shoulds. It just is. And we just are.
I would say ask her out. No matter who she is, whether she's a job or a new city, an opportunity or a fear or an actual person, whatever she is, man, ask her out.
Go out there, make something of yourself for God's sake. Be an honest person and work and get to the top of whatever it is that you want to get to the top of. Stand up for yourself like a respectable human being. Be a bit of a light on the world instead of a light for yourself like a respectable. That might make life worth living. It's like, yeah, it might. Why don't you go do it?
The time is now. The time is now to express and for people to believe in themselves. The time is now for it to be okay to be great. People in this world shun people for being great, for being a bright color, for standing out. But the time is now to be okay to be the greatest you. The time is now to be okay to be the greatest you.
Don't waste your life. Set your goals high. Quit thinking what's wrong. Start thinking what's right. Love a little more, hate a little less. You have no idea what you're capable of doing. Think of your mind today, your affairs.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world. Try not to bash into the walls too much. Try to have a nice family life. Have fun. Save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. Is to shake off this erroneous notion that life is there and you're just going to live it, versus embrace it, change it, improve it, make your mark upon it.
What do you really want from your life? If you had no limitations, if you had all the money and all the time and all the talents and all the abilities, if you could do or be or have anything, what would you really want in your life?
Yeah, there comes a day, man. Everyone's gonna have this day. There comes a day where being average, being mediocre is just sickening to you. It's just
started, you never finish it. You didn't want to tell anyone about it. You knew it was there, but you never wanted to embark on it. Get success remind you what you could have been. And then that fucking spark is born. Get success remind you what you could have been. And then that fucking spark is born. And no matter what happens, I'm never going to be in this boat again. And you get up and you go, you think it's knocked in, you just keep going, you're a wild man. And life has never been so sweet. That can happen at an early age, it can happen at a later age. It's going to happen to somebody no matter what, it's going to happen to you. And when it does happen to you, it's going to somebody stars that finally you're alive.
Don't give up. If times are hard, don't give up. Good things nor bad things last forever. But most generally, we are in control of our own destiny.
It's just that you're all in.
We are in control of
no matter what you do, you're all in. This is going to kill you.
We are in control.
So I think you might as well play the most magnificent game you can while you're waiting. You might as well play the most. Do you have anything better to do? Really? While you're waiting. Why not pick the best things possible that you can do? Really? Why not do that? Maybe you could justify your wretched existence to yourself that way. I think you could. Why not do that? Because you're more powerful than you think. Existence to yourself. Way more powerful than you think. I mean, God only knows what you are in the final analysis. You're blind to your own weaknesses, but you're also blind to your own strengths. It's like, how far could you take that? If you stopped wasting time, and if you stopped lying, and if you oriented yourself to the highest possible good that you could conceive of, and you committed to that, how much good could you do? Well, I would say, why don't you find out? How much
it's time to unwrap the potential you can be. Superior, man. It's within you. It's within every single one of us. And the people that have risen to that level were no different than any one of us. And the people, it's just they believed it, and they're willing to work their fucking ass off to get it. It's just they believed it, and they're willing. It wasn't about the potential. It wasn't about the genetics. It was about the perseverance. And it was about being the hardest fucking worker in perseverance. That's what got him there. And it didn't happen overnight. They got knocked down more than they ever stood up. That's what got him there. But they kept going, they kept going, they kept going, they kept going. Because what else is the alternative? To be average again. That sucks, man.
I had a difficult childhood, but there's no excuse for people not being able to do what they want to do. You can do anything that you want to do.
What do you really want from your life? If you had no limitations, if you had all the money and all the time and all the talents and all the abilities, if you could do or have anything, what would you really want in your life? Talents and all the abilities, if you could do
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know.
What would you really want in your life? Talents and all the
But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't because nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
You're the backbone of this country. You're the backbone of the world. I don't care if you're in Asia, Africa, Korea, Japan. I don't care where you are, the United States. You are the leaders, the future leaders of this world.
Happy in life, folks. You cannot change your life unless you change something. You cannot change. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. If you always do
the unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. It is. And it could have been the story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear in life? And it could have been the story of mine. And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So this is play a game with me. Let's say you're God. And we have a big, fucking long line of people. And I made the head 75 years old, 300 pounds. I made the head. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in head for now. And you are, you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. You have Adam Brown. So we're in line. Here's a big board up, and you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. Adam Brown. And you rip it down. I'm next in line. And you're David God. Adam Brown about his life. I see my name. I see all this shit. And God goes, hey. You say, read this, man. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing shit. God goes, hey. You say 82 pounds, Navy SEAL, Ranger School, Motivational speakers, changing lives. Okay, man, pull up record, all this shit. And I'm like, that's not me, man. Okay, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be.
I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live my life. I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live. I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live my life. I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect. As soon as these things line up, I live my life. I'm always waiting for I'm gonna live my life. As soon as these things line up, I live my life. I'm always waiting for I'm gonna live my life. Man, I'm so guilty of that. It's not all gonna, I'm never gonna get to that where everything's okay. Where everything looks a certain way. I'm never gonna get to that where everything's okay. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do have available. And in the meantime, I'm burning that candle up. And in the meantime, I'm burning this candle down, and I'm saying as soon as it gets bright enough, I'm burning this candle down, and I'm gonna show up. As soon as it gets bright enough, but the candle's getting smaller, and I'm gonna show up. As soon as it gets bright enough, but the candle's getting smaller, and I'm gonna show up. As it gets bright enough, but the candle's getting smaller, and I'm gonna show up. As it gets bright enough.
10 years from now, you will surely become someone. The big question is, who? 10 years from now, you will. 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. The big question is, and the question is, where? 10 years from now, you will. So to answer the question of where you want to arrive and the kind of person you want to be, you've got to get serious. To answer the question of where you want to arrive.
You think when you're young that you have all this time? You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is no tomorrow. I mean, from Rocky 3, you know, there is no tomorrow. Fuck that shit. Let's get all this shit done today. You know,
Someday ain't the day of the week. You know, there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look on your calendar. Some days not on there. So, you know, you got to say, okay, I'm going to take this small step by here, this small step by there, this small step by there, and then pretty soon, I'm going to, you know, we don't just step tall buildings in a single bound. We take it a floor at a time pretty soon.
Everybody's in their bed, sleep, dreading that it's a Monday, hate it's a Monday, and I'm loving it. I'm loving that where everybody's getting weaker, I'm getting stronger. It's not about the running, the swimming, the push-ups, the sit-ups. It's about what those things do for your mentality. You don't get better on the daggone couch. You get better by coming out here and getting the fuck after it every daggone day.
Greatness is not meant for a few chosen people. It's meant for those who persistently pursue their dreams every day and make that choice when they wake up. So, just a mentality, really. Aspiration comes from people that do amazing things, but they're really ordinary people just waking up every day doing the little things that other people aren't doing. So,
every morning when you get up, say over and over to yourself, do it now, do it now, do it now, I do it now, do it now. Whenever you have this tendency to procrastinate, program your subconscious mind with this automatic conditioned command, do it now, do it now, do it now. Subconscious mind with this automatic.
The best way to fight the demons that chase you in the night is to stop and turn around. The best way to turn around, face the demons that chase you in the night, and stop and turn around.
For you to look back on that week with pride. Okay, maybe you just stop breaking promises to yourself. When you say, I'm going to wake up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and when the option comes to hit the snooze button, don't do it. Wake up tomorrow at 7 a.m. There's one win you've got for the day. That's action. Don't do it. There's one win.
The path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place. Because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be.
When you were born, you are a phenomenon. You are unique. Your DNA has never occurred in the history of the universe, going back billions of years. It will never occur in the future. Your life experiences with your parents and everything that you experienced in your early years going on is unique. It's yours. You are one of a kind, right? So that is your source of power. To waste that is just the worst thing you can do in life. And what the power is finding that uniqueness. What makes you you
who you may respect, and who you believe know what they're talking about, don't let them tell you it can't be done. Because often they will tell you it can't be done. And it's just because you don't have the courage to try it.
What if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? What if I told you you died this week? Would you complain about your crap job or that test you don't want to take? I doubt it. You would go much higher level thinking. If you're not pumped right now, if you're begrudging what you're about to do, if you're not looking forward to it, look, we're living in a world where there's so much more opportunity. Please, take a step back and think about how awesome it actually is. Recognize that you can attack the world in a totally different way because you were lucky enough to be born during this era.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. Because yeah, nothing changes if nothing changes, man.
There'll be times where you succeed, there's times that you fail.
Nothing changes if nothing changes,
so
man.
wasting your time doubting whether you're going to be successful or not is pointless. So it is. You just put one foot in front of the other. You control what you can't control. And then you see what the outcome was. Right? If you win, great. You're going to have to wake up the next day and do the journey over again. If you lose, it sucks. But you're going to have to wake up the next day and do the journey all over again and the journey over, right? So it's really pointless to sit here and debate or have doubts or this, that, and the other. You train as hard as you can. You step out there and you let it go.
It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide, fuck clubs, fuck partying, fuck trying to fit in and socialize, rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you not clubbing? Like every time I text you and invite you to go do something fun and cool, you always studying. Because I'm trying to get it. Let me tell you something, homie. These women ain't going nowhere. Because I'm trying to get it. These clubs, these parties, all this shit ain't going nowhere. The more weird you are, all this shit ain't going. Is a reflection of how committed you are to focusing on your shit, molding and shaping and developing your ideas and your craft, so that when it's time for you to make your rounds, you gon' fly. Stop running around here trying to live up to the hype, homie.
Now you guys are sitting there, and to make that first step towards greatness is the hardest step. There is one thing harder than that, my friends. It's later in life. As you look back on your life, the windows of opportunity has closed. Your ability is no longer present. And you think back that you could have been great. Right now, you had the ability to never had that debate inside your head. That's the debate you can never win.
I don't know what dream you have, but I can guarantee you that there's somebody in the hospital right now praying, begging God to have the opportunity that you have right now. Don't blow it. It is time to go from mediocre to mediocre. It is time to go from being counted out to being counted on.
An hour lost today is an hour lost forever.
In life, there's no timeout. You can't raise your hand and stop the clock. It doesn't happen. So instead, I recommend you learn how to flip that switch when you face something that is overwhelming or challenging. You flip that switch that says something that is overwhelming or challenging. You flip that switch. You don't have forever. Stop acting like it. That's the way life is. You don't have enough time. You gotta make time. God told me to tell you, don't play no more. You don't need to play. I gave you life. Express it. You the one playing with it. You the one taking it for granted. You getting up late. You got attitude. You don't feel it. I gave you breath. Use it. You get there early, man. You got all the stuff you want to do and you never say you got enough time. Get there early. No one's there. No one's doing anything in the morning. You want to do and you never say
You say you are morally obligated to do remarkable things. Why?
Well, I think partly because life is so difficult and challenging that unless you give it everything you have, the chances are very high that it will embitter you, and then you'll be a force for darkness and not good. And so, the fact that life truth. So why is that a moral obligation? Well, if you hide and you don't let what's inside of you out, and you don't bring into the world what you could bring, and you become cynical and bitter, you will start doing very dark things. Not only will you not add to the world what you could add, but you'll start being jealous of people who are competent and doing well and work to destroy them. So that's the pathway to hell, and doing well and work to destroy them. So that's the pathway to hell.
The only way you're ever going to get to the other side of this journey is you have got to suffer to grow. To grow, you must suffer.
We're built to walk uphill. And when you reach the pinnacle of the hill, you want to stop and appreciate the vision. But the next thing you want is a higher hill in the distance, because it's from the uphill climb that we derive our value. And I mean this technically. So almost all the positive emotion we feel, that's experienced in relationship to a goal. And so in some sense, you want a goal that you can never attain, right? So you can always move closer to the goal that recedes as you move towards it. You think, well, that's frustrating. It's like Sisyphus pushing the rock uphill. But it's not, because as you pursue that goal, you put yourself together and your life does get better and richer and more abundant. You want them to be above everything you're doing, so you can continually move towards something that's more sublime and better. That's what you are. You're here to live, not to sleep.
Everything worthwhile is uphill. You see, every dream that you've ever had, it's all uphill. It's uphill. If you have a great relationship with somebody, you had to work on it. It's uphill. If you build a wonderful business, guess what? You had to work on it. It was uphill. If you made the right decisions, they're not easy, are they? It's uphill. If you made the right decisions, and the only way that you can go uphill is to be intentional. Nobody ever accidentally went uphill. You've never talked to a successful person and said, "How did you get to the top of the mountain?" and then look at you and say, "I have no idea." If they're at the top of the mountain, they know how they got there. Because they had to have effort. It took energy. It took time. Everything worked well. Everything worked well. It took energy. It took time.
Take yourself out your comfort zone. Do not live in your bubble. Put some more air in your bubble. If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable procedure. It is a very uncomfortable thing to attempt. So you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you ever want to be successful.
Those I can't catch a break guys, get them the fuck away from me. I can't be around those guys. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't buy it. Because everybody has bad breaks. I've had a ton of bad breaks. But you know what I did? I stayed up and I thought through it.
You're going to lose sleep.
But you know what I did?
You'll doubt whether it'll work. You'll stress to make ends meet. You won't finish your to-do list. You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no waiting out for years. You won't finish your to-do list. This is what hard feels like, and that's okay. No waiting out. Everything worth doing is hard, and the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff is hard, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. The greater the hardship.
I've done everything I've ever done 100 times. There's no other way to do it. And I've had a bunch of itty breaks. Everybody has. But you gotta realize when you have those itty breaks what that is. And I've had a bunch. Bro, you gotta stop. But you gotta stop with all this I can't catch a break bull. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be instead figuring out what you're doing wrong, trying to improve certain aspects of your life, getting your dream together, reading a book, meditating, something. Trying to improve certain aspects of your life, getting your dream together, reading a book, meditating, something. What's the matter with you?
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
What do you think most people get wrong about motivation?
They think it's a permanent fix. They think it's something that is a constant. They think it's a permanent fix. They think that maybe once I get it, I will hold on to it, a constant. And that's the thing about that I always talk about. It's nothing is permanent. And nothing is permanent. And a lot of times you have to learn to perform without motivation. Nothing is purpose. You have to learn to perform without purpose. You have to learn to perform a lot of different things. And that's what people think. They think I need to have this motivation, different things to work out, to study, to be better. So if they don't have it, they just do it out. And that's where you fail.
That's why losing in life is so important. Whether it's getting dumped, getting fired, losing a game, loss. Those feelings where things didn't work out your way, that's important because it lets you know this is the bad feeling that comes when it goes wrong, and you improve, and then it makes the good feelings of victory all the better.
You have to suffer. You have to make that a tattoo on your brain. So when that hard time comes again, you don't forget it.
You want to be ordinary? You ain't even got to listen to me. Just go about your business. If you think ordinary is cool, ain't no problem. It's some really, really wonderful ordinary people. But if you are sitting in this room and you have extraordinary aspirations, then you're going to have to do extra. You put extra on top of ordinary and you come up with extraordinary. It's no other way. You have to decide if you are willing to do the things to put you in that category. You have to decide. Rich people don't sleep 8 hours a day. That's a third of your life. It ain't even 24 hours in a day. You cannot be sleep 8 hours a day. You can't live in LA and wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast. The stock market been over 2 hours. They already making decisions about your life and yours comes with sleep.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood. Hard work.
You don't get it. There's great joy in the grind. Great joy in the suffering. It totally cleanses your body out, man. Any kind of hate makes you grow up. And I realize a lot of it's totally fair. It's not fair, man. And you better figure out some tools and some ways to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Because no one is coming to rescue you. No one feels sorry for you.
There's so much opportunity on the other side of being willing to persist for an extended period of time on the correct path without getting positive reinforcement from resist. And the longer you can stick with something without that positive feedback loop in terms of the big external thing, and the longer you can stick with something, the easier the opportunities are to show people who can pursue it.
Difficult things make regular life less difficult. And that sounds so simplistic, but particularly physically difficult things. Because when you do things that are physically difficult, the strain of making yourself do those things is very valuable. It's not just valuable like exercise and fitness and martial arts and running and whatever you're doing that's really difficult. It's not just valuable in terms of like health and the way you look, but it's also valuable for your mind.
Several people live to be 100 years old. They have great lives. They have great kids. The kids go to college, all sorts of stuff. But somewhere in their life, they have great lives. There was a point where they had a decision to make. They can go left or right on this path. Left was the easy route. Right was the hard route. Left or right on this path. A lot of people take the easy route. And they had a good life that way, but the better life was going to the right side. And you may have 20 years of pain and suffering to get past it. But a lot of us die never truly starting our journey. You're waking up every morning by yourself, and you're getting out you by yourself, and it's the hidden work. Getting out you by people see women, video of me running. It's like these fighters, they see during the fight or after the fight. It's like they don't see somebody what they deal with. They see during the day. I'm not good. They don't see somebody. I'm not good. They shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here. Because even though they're the best in the world, that little 7 or 8 years old is still in there saying, "Oh man, we don't have something." That little 7 or 8 years old is still in there.
You're going to lose sleep. You'll doubt whether it'll work. You'll stress to make ends meet. You won't finish your to-do list. You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no way to know for years. This is what hard feels like, and that's okay. No way to know. Everything worth doing is hard, and the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. The greater the hardship, more for you. If it's hard,
I make myself do things that are very uncomfortable, that I don't want to do. And by doing that, I develop this strength and perseverance. And some people hear that and like, I don't even want to. And by doing that, I develop this strength. Like, I'm not doing that. And some people, they just like, it takes them away from that. And I'm like, you don't even even have to do that. Just go for a walk every day. Takes them away. It sounds like it's easy to do, but you're just gonna when that walk comes and you look at your clock. Oh, it's like 8 o'clock. Time to go for that walk. Like when that walk comes and you look at your clock. I play video games. I don't want to walk. I'd rather like read email. I don't want to walk. I'd rather like scroll through TikTok. But if you just force yourself to go for that walk every day, you will develop mental perseverance. You will develop some tenacity. You will develop the ability to force yourself into work.
Every day you fucking fight, not want to get up. And you do anyway. You chip your piece off that fucking rock. Every day you can eat the right foods. And every day you go to train, you train harder and harder and harder and harder. Every day you get up early. And all these things you do, you start forming yourself. You're chipping another day. You get up and piece that rock up. Before you know it, you have this beautiful piece of artwork that you built.
In everybody's journey, where they are so different because they've started to do new things, that they no longer fit in with their old set of friends. They are so different, but they're not sufficiently developed that they've gained their new set of friends. And they're unsure, but they're not sufficient. Should I go back? Should I lean back into getting a bag in with the boys on a weekend? Is that the highest, way that I can live my life passion forward? Because that's what everybody else does. And all of my friends are taking the piss. Oh, not drinking again. Too good for us, are we? Not going out again this week. Oh, okay. Well, enjoy staying at home and reading. Not going out again this week. So you're going to feel the pain of being ostracized from the group of friends that you used to have. But you're stuck in this messy middle where you haven't yet worked out who you are on the other side of it. And that lonely chapter that's in the middle is something that I would say almost nobody that I've ever met who has gone from a place where they are to a place where they want to be hasn't gone through.
You can't just go through life just showing up, eating, sleeping, and going to sleep. You're going to get depressed. Just go through your organism, the human organism, needs problem solving. It needs complex problems. It needs stress. It needs some sort of difficult thing you have to overcome. And through that, you relax. You can't just have happiness all day. You have to overcome. You have to do those things. You have to suffer. You have to live in it. You have to be comfortable in it.
It takes more effort to start at the beginning. And more people are right about the fact they're like, hey, you're not going to hit it big. And guess what? A month in, you're not. And they're only measuring on months. And in 6 months, you're also not going to hit it big. And they're going to be like, I'm still not right. And in a year, you're still not going to hit it big. And they'll still be right. And every day that you haven't hit it, they're going to feel like they were right. But they're wrong. Because they're measuring in days, they're going to feel like they were right.
We need adversity, we need difficulty, we need struggle, you need a weight to carry. And if you don't have any of this, you do not get your character tested, you do not advance in your own perception of who you are in this world and how you engage with all the other people around you.
I want to see that guy who engaged with all the other people around you. And he thought about quitting and leaving and his wife and his kids, and why am I here? Is it worth it? All this crazy shit. And it still said, why am I here? And found out a way to get through it. So basically, that's the bottom line of it all. We all want to read about how we can quickly get somewhere. That's why the 6-minute abs and all that sort of shit so powerful. How we can quickly get somewhere. You may get some results from it, but not permanent. Life was basically the perfect grounds for training for where you need to go in your life. All the beatings, all the bullies, all the you going through learning disabilities, all the struggles. It was an absolute perfect training ground for you to go to where you need to go. And that's how I started looking at my life versus woe is me, poopy pants, kicking rock down the street mentality. It was not. God just hooked you right to be pants, kicking rock down the street mentality.
I did a load of shit I hate. I did it for a very long period of time. And I did not have anyone to root me on. And in fact, I had many people who were actively trying to destroy my path and tell me why I was a terrible idea. For it every day. And in fact, I had many people who were actively trying to destroy my path and tell me why I was a terrible idea.
It's not in 3 easy packages, and it's not. Does it come to you? The cure to overnight success. And the only way that you go uphill, the cure to overnight, is by self-discipline. So listen to me very carefully. It's an impossible for you to have achieved success. So listen to me without having self-discipline. It's an impossible for you. Now self-discipline. So listen to me without having self-discipline. You to go uphill. Now self-discipline. You can't go uphill without self-discipline. Nobody will carry you uphill. Nobody can coach you uphill. Nobody will push you uphill. If you go uphill, you got to do it yourself.
You need discipline.
If you go uphill,
personal.
you got to do it yourself.
There's times
feelings, okay? But you cannot let your feelings dictate what you are or are not. Okay, well, you cannot let your feelings today, okay? You gotta have personal discipline. We talked about this before. Sometimes 4 years of college and a degree is part of your path to get where you're going. Sometimes, if for no other reason, to teach you disagree, I have to study. I have to do finance. If for no other reason, I can't go to that party. I can't go to there. I can't do that because I'm having a hard time in chemistry. It doesn't come easy, so I've got to discipline myself, and I have to sit down. And I have to spend this evening studying myself, and I have to sit down so I can pass that test tomorrow while all my friends are out partying and having fun. So you got to have some personal discipline. Sometimes the only thing that keeps people in life from succeeding is just a lack of discipline. And you know, people, they go the route of motivation, a lack of discipline. You cannot, people, they set yourself up to depend on being motivated. Because motivation is what's motivation? Motivation is a feeling. That's somebody pumping up your feelings to get you encouraged to do what you should do. Well, what happens when you don't have motivation to do what you just had a personal discipline?
When it comes down to it, success has nothing to do with potential. It's all about the perseverance of somebody. That will override any endeavor. If you throw it against the wall, eventually something will stick. You guys that have the potential, don't have the potential, that dies. What continues to last forever is the perseverance to always show up. That's what champions do. Every single champion is the same as every ordinary person. The only differential is that they show up to the event every single day. They see failure as their learning curve. They welcome failure. You learn more from failure than you ever will from success. So showing up and getting knocked on your ass, probably test before you stand back up and face that endeavor is going to be the overriding factor that makes a difference.
You know, people need to have purpose to get. They need purpose to perform. You need to get to a point in life where there's nothing on the docket. There's no 5K. There's no, I'm going to get into school and do this or that. It's still 5K to the highest level. But what's funny about it all is that we need these things to the highest level. But we don't take a second to realize the purpose is always there. The purpose never leaves us. Because the very purpose is you. You are always leads us. There may be another purpose, like being a student or going to college or whatever, but the main purpose of life is you. So if you wake up in the morning and you don't want to do something, you don't care enough about yourself in the morning, and that's what you need to really research is, you don't care enough about yourself. Why am I not doing this for myself? Because that is the number one purpose in life. Why am I not doing this is to better oneself. So that's the only purpose I need.
Use pain as a fuel. Imagine if you could use the pain as a passport. Imagine if you could use the pain to push you, to condition you, to prepare you for the stages and rooms you gotta walk into, and tables you gotta sit at, and the stages you have to stand on. What if the pain can make you better? What if the pain can build muscle? What if the pain can cause you to reach higher, to leap farther, to run faster? What if the pain could help you to leap? What if all pain isn't worth but it's help?
We're built to walk uphill. And when you reach the pinnacle of the hill, you want to stop and appreciate the vision. But the next thing you want is a higher hill in the distance, because it's from the uphill climb that we derive our value. And I mean this technically. So almost all the positive emotion we feel, that's experienced in relationship to a goal. And so in some sense, you want a goal that you can never attain, right? So you can always move closer to the goal that recedes as you move towards it. You think, well, that's frustrating. It's like Sisyphus pushing the rock uphill. But it's not, because as you pursue that goal, you put yourself together and your life does get better and richer and more abundant.
We're running from the truth, man. So the only way I became successful was going towards the truth. As painful and as brutal as it is, it changed the truth. It allowed me to become, in my own right, it changed who I am today. All the pain and suffering that they put on top of me and help me, I will reverse that pain and suffering, and I will take your soul. So every instructor that put me through Buzz, my job, what drove me, was I wanted you to go home that night at you feel worse than I did, and you would go home to a nice warm bed with your wife or your kids and a nice meal, and I was still out there in the grip with your wife, suffering for another 100 hours, nice meal. I want you to think about me in the grip, knowing that I'm comfortable, being very uncomfortable.
The thing about transformation is you have to do a transformation. You've got to put in the work when nobody cares. Do that transformation. You know, nobody cared if I practiced. Nobody cared if I, I didn't have parents who are like, hey, Dan, you got to go to the gym. Oh, hey, Dan, go out and run some sprints. They're like, nobody cared. Dan, if you want to transform, hey, Dan, you have to do the work if nobody cares. There's only one person who has to care. You have to do the work if you've got to care. One person has got to want. And the reason to care, I think, is different for everybody to want. Some comes out of pain. I think some comes out of to want. I want to prove somebody wrong. And then I think some people, I want to prove something. Just have that switch inside.
Them all talk, let them all make their noise, because at the end of the day,
just have that switch inside.
You are the only one who has the guts. We have the guts to go to work and show up every single day in and day out, just putting in the work. You fight through the noise, you fight through the fatigue, you fight through it all, you stay extremely intensely focused on the goal. And once you fight through that fatigue, you fight through the noise. On the other side of that is your goals. On the other side of that is the accomplishment. On the other side of that is your greatness.
If you have a sufficiently noble purpose, the suffering will justify itself. And I think that's empirically testable. And I do believe it's the case because I've watched people do very difficult things. And what that shows is that if you turn around and you confront the suffering voluntarily, you find out that you are way tougher than you think. It's not that life is better than you think. Life is as harsh as you think. It might even be worse, but you are way tougher than you think if you turn around and confront it. And so then what you discover is that there's a spirit within you that pursues something meaningful, that has the resilience and the strength to contend properly with the catastrophe of existence without becoming bitter.
If you're feeling pain, keep going. If your lungs are working, keep going. You hurt, you grow, you go. And from the bottom of my heart, keep it moving and get up. And from the bottom of my heart,
my biggest fear in life is that there is a final resting place in spirit. My biggest fear is a final judgment. And you talk to something much bigger than you. I don't want to sit down and have a conversation with somebody, but something that says, you're in heaven, have a conversation. This is what you should have been on earth, but something. And are you really in heaven now, or are you in heaven? A lot of us speak in hollow words. I used to speak in hollow words. I don't do it anymore. Everything that comes out of my mouth has substance. It's real. And we all have these feelings in our bodies, in our minds, in our souls. I act on mine. A lot of us who are afraid of something in our souls, we allow our minds to choose the path of least resistance, so we go a different route. And I'm afraid of something that's telling me you must choose the path of least resistance. You must go that route.
Yeah.
You have to go that way. And most of us don't understand that mentality. You have to go. We go left and wonder why we haven't fulfilled something in our lives.
You've just gone through a breakup, and it's the worst thing you've ever been through because you haven't had the time and the experience yet to develop worse. And to turn around and look at that in relation to the realities of a long life well built. And one day you're going to try and look back and you're going to say, that was really well built. Wasn't such a disaster. And in fact, that was probably the best thing that ever happened to me.
I get it. The pain is unbearable.
That was probably the best thing
you
ever
keep
happened.
playing it back in your head. The situation is on repeat. Over and over and over. You keep trying to see where you went wrong. Over. You feel like you can't take the pain and you keep trying to see what you gonna do. Are you gonna prove them right? Or are you gonna prove them wrong? Are you gonna prove them right? Are you gonna show them that failure doesn't define who you are? Are you gonna prove them right? Are you gonna show them that failure is a necessary lesson on the path to success? Are you gonna show them that? Are you gonna show them that you're a beast in this game? You gotta get hungry. You gotta get ready. Get up. You gotta get hungry. It's time to get to work. show them all.
Every time you fail, you have to understand now you're getting trained. You're getting better. You're getting stronger. You're getting more resilient. You're getting trained.
You become tough because like you persevered, you continue to do something, or you just really want something fucking bad. Because like you persevere, everybody fails. Like every fucking champion, every like great fighter or whatever, like they all have failures. It's just, you know, some of them choose to use that as like drive to like, you know, continue to fucking train, you know, at fucking 11 o'clock at night when everybody else is, you know, watching TV, and you know, some of them just kind of like chalk it up. It's like, okay, well, I'm just not tough enough and quit. You know, so it's like, you know, so you go one of two directions, but I think your adversities are what give you that fuel to, you know, become confident or become, you know, successful, whatever the fuck it is, to go after, become confident or become.
Focus on intention. Ignore distraction. Use your mind different. Focus on intention. Ignore distraction. Look for. Focus on intention. So if you're going to stop doing what poor people do, stop looking for. So if you're going to stop at the obstacle on every opportunity. So if you're going to stop at the obstacle, and instead do what rich people do. What do? We look for the opportunity. Do what rich people in every obstacle. We look because an obstacle by its very nature creates an opportunity. Why? Because the law of polarity is a law that governs, that's part of God's automation. So if there's something negative, there has to be something positive. Like that's the other side of the coin. There's no wet without dry, there's no hot without cold, there's no up without down. Like that's the other side. There's no potential for gain if there's no potential for loss. There's no opportunity if there is no potential for loss. There's no opportunity. Because that's the case, because that's the case, I'm going to use my mind to focus on finding the opportunity in this obstacle. I'm going to use my mind to focus on finding the opportunity in this obstacle.
It really is, and anyone that says taking part is taking part in the important, and anyone that loses, because learning to lose makes you want to win. Taking part in the important, and that's the reality of it, because that's the winner's mindset. You could have not everyone can be a winner. That's the winner. It doesn't hurt to want to be a winner. Not everyone can be a winner. There's an old-fashioned saying when you shoot for the stars, and if you achieve something up there, you've done well. Shoot for the stars, and try and achieve something up there. If you enter a competition where there's no winner, well, you're not going to try. If you don't try, what's the point? If you enter a competition,
well, manifestation is a very, very small part of your day. So if it becomes anything more than 30 minutes of your day, then it's mental masturbation. Part of your day. So if it becomes, the key is to get the outcome clear so that you can start to be guided towards it. You cannot go and find the destination if you haven't marked it on the map. If you don't know where you're going, you will never get there. So first you must have a very clear vision of where you want to go, and every day you must think about that vision, and that is it, and that must be followed by tremendous action to go and get those things. So if it's any more than 30 minutes a day manifestation or any of that other stuff, you're overdoing it. So if it's any more than 30 minutes a day, spend your 30 minutes, you write down your goals, you look at them every day, you envision that life, you breathe it into your head, and then you go and you do as much as you can for that day to get towards that vision, then you clock off and you do it all again, and you go and you do everybody knows you try for that day, just kind of that vision, what they want off and you do it all again, and you call you, everybody knows you try for that day.
So it's just going to be what they want, like a man is his habits and his character. And if you're embarrassed of any of your daily acts, get the fuck rid of it. Regrets your character. If you regret anything you did today, don't do it tomorrow, and so on and so forth. If you overate last night, regret it today, don't do it today. If you drank tomorrow, regret it, it's gotta go. Regrets your guideline. Whatever you regret has to go.
If you really want to stop dabbling, you know, it's somebody who said they want to lose weight, but when no one's watching, if they're eating the wrong food, or someone says they want to start a business when no one's watching, they're binging out on Netflix. You know, if you're that person, and I'm not knocking you, if that's who you are, enjoy it, live it. Don't say you want it. Don't talk out of two sides of your mouth. Like either go all in, burn your boats and do it, or just accept the life that you have. Like I hate to be real, but you can't lose weight and not work out and eat bad. Like it just doesn't work. You can't make more money, have Ed's life or someone else's life that you see. You can't have that without putting the work in. So if you're going to put the work in, you have to have the mindset to be committed and dedicated to it, right? We have to be disciplined. So if you're going to put the work in, you don't have to win our fights, but you do have to fight all your fights.
What a huge lesson in life, right? Because that tells you that some days you're going to win and some days you're going to lose. I'm not saying losing's a great thing you should aspire to, but you're going to lose some days you're going to
You're not going to win all your fights. But when you lose, get up.
Most of you guys aren't losers because you happen to be most of you guys are because you chose to, because your decisions have happened to you. You choose your decisions as carefully. You can choose the decision for the winner and the loser. And most of you guys are choosing to make decisions. That's a 99% of loser. And most peasant guys are choosing to make decisions. Peasants, that's a 90. And if you make some peasant decisions, you're gonna have the same outcome as peasants. So most people don't want to take accountability for their life, right? You look at their life and they say, oh, well, I'm just a byproduct of some other man's decisions, system, right? Government, look at their life. But when you understand that all these things are man-made constructs, you can bypass them. It's very simple. When you understand that all
Thomas sort of said 50% of the people don't care about your problem. The other 50% glad you got it. So in other words, nobody cares about you but you. Other 50% glad you got it. Nobody can make you successful. So in other words, nobody cares about you but you. If you don't believe in you, why should I? If you're not going to invest in you, why should I? You are with you every single day. If you know you better than anybody else, but you want someone to invest every single day that haven't you in one moment with anybody else. If you're not willing to do that, of course you would. You believe in you're not willing to do that. Take the advice, the hard work, the discipline, and the dedication. Take the advice. Go be successful. The hard work. You don't need to be an NFL player. You don't need to be an entertainer. You can be successful in your own right. You don't need to be an entertainer. You can. I believe I was going to go be an NFL player, and I set that course of action. Now, do you believe that you can go be the best salesman that you possibly can do? It's not about, that's all it's about. You can go be the best salesman. It's you that you possibly can do. Versus you. That's all it's about.
You know, people get up every day, they do the same thing, you know, tell themselves they're going to change their life one day, and they never do the same thing. I'm going to change their life.
What would you do if you weren't afraid? I love thinking about that when I'm thinking about big life decisions. Like, what would I do if I weren't afraid? And it's usually like the big one, life decisions, the bigger thing that I really want to do, but I'm afraid to do it. And it's like, that's what I should do. Like, what would I do if I weren't afraid? That I really want to do. What would I do if I knew I could have failed?
Well, you shouldn't be afraid of taking risks and pursuing something meaningful.
If I knew I could have failed.
But you should be more afraid of staying where you are if it's making you miserable. It's like the first thing you want to do is dispense with the idea that you get to have any permanent security outside of your ability to contend and adapt. It's the same issue with children. It's like you're paying a price by sitting there being miserable. You might say, well, the devil I know is better than the one I don't. It's like, don't be so sure of that. The clock is ticking. And if you're miserable in your job now and you change nothing, in 5 years you'll be much more miserable and you'll be a lot older. Now and you change nothing, in 5 years you'll be much more miserable and you'll be a lot older. Now and you change nothing, in 5 years
You only get to live when you take risks. Ain't no living in safety when you take risks. You can't be the man if you don't jump. You can't be top dog unless you can't be the man unless you fight the other dog. Ain't nobody finna give you the championship. You don't win the title without coming to the fight. You don't win the fight without training.
Following your dreams
that seed of what you believe is in there. You gotta be fearless, you gotta be relentless.
Risk used to drive me right up the wall. I used to say, what if this? Risk used to drive me right up the wall. It's called the language of the poor. What if this happens? And on top of that, if this was to happen, look at the fix I'd be in. I better not try. And on top, then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered it's all risky. Then I'll tell you what changed my whole life when I finally discovered the minute you were born, it's got risky. It's all risky. If you think trying is risky, wait till they hand you the bill for not trying. If you think trying is risky, if you think investing is risky, wait till you get the tab for not investing. See, it's all risky. Getting married is risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. Investing your money is risky. It's all risky. Having children is risky. Going into business is risky. I'll tell you how risky life is. You're not going to get out alive.
You need to put yourself in uncomfortable situations and uncomfortable scenarios, okay? If you do easy things, you will have a hard life. If you do hard things, you will have an easy life. Let me say it again. If you do easy things, you will have a hard life. If you do hard things, you will have an easy life. As a man, you have to understand that we as men, we do better in environments where we are uncomfortable, okay? You put pressure on a rock, it turns into a diamond.
You gotta let go of that stuff from the past because it just doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what you choose to be now.
Comfort zone is dangerous. When you're comfortable, you are most dangerous. The comfort zone is somewhere you should never feel comfortable. You should be happy somewhere and dissatisfied. Anybody ever tell you, hey, look, you know what? You should be satisfied with what you got. Don't believe it. Get them away from it. You should never be satisfied with what you got. Because the attempt to get more makes you into something better. Don't let anybody tell you, hey man, you know, you should just be happy with no.
Nobody knows but you. You can't get advice on what you should do with your life, right? Nobody knows what you are. Like even sometimes you don't really even know what you are. You got to take your shot. As much as you want people to agree and you want the people around you to be supporting your dreams and all, it's not going to be like that all the time. You got to do it alone, and people will help you. And when you get the ball rolling, people will jump on. But if you don't believe, nobody else is going to believe.
But one of the things that really motivates me, or one of my most powerful motivational frames, is thinking about the person that I want to become as the destination. And thinking like, I want to be bulletproof. I want to be bulletproof in these ways. I want to be bulletproof in my marriage. I want to be bulletproof in my business, etc. And I think about that man, whoever I want him to be. Like we said, hell is when you look at who you could have been. I think about and realize that you're not that person. And then I think, if I were to make that man, what would I put that man through? And then I think, to make him who he is, like it wouldn't be easy times. It wouldn't be quick wins. It wouldn't even be easy wins. It would be the toil and the struggle of achieving and reaching for things. The toil and the struggle that are right out of grasp, that are right above my threshold, and continuing to do that to like lift the weight, to build the muscle, to break it down and do it over and over again, because like that's what creates the character traits that are the man that I want to be. And so when I'm going through those like really hard times, I like to think of like looking in my mental mirror of like, I'm making you. I'm not there yet, but I'm making you.
So the one thing I want you to promise me is that no matter how long it takes, keep going. No matter how much it hurts, keep going. So you was placed on this earth for a reason. You weren't meant to be average. You were meant to excel. You gotta understand that this grind is meant to make you who you're supposed to be. A dog. A little grind ain't never hurt nobody. Stop being soft. Let's embrace it. If you go through that fire, you're gonna come out real cold. That's what we want.
So I wanted to project myself forward to age 80 and say, okay, now I'm looking back on my life. I want to have minimized the number of regrets I have. And you know, I knew that when I was 80, I was not going to regret having tried this. I was not going to regret having tried to participate in this thing called the internet that I thought was going to be a really big deal. I knew that if I failed, I wouldn't regret that. But I knew the one thing I might regret is not ever having tried. And I knew that that would haunt me every day. When I thought about it that way, it was an incredibly easy decision. Every day.
You can always think about it. My estimate historically, 80% of the time
And here's how I know it. At least, again, one man's point of view, I'm not sure anybody is taking enough risk from 20 to 30. I'm not sure. It is the most interesting thing that I've been thinking about, which is it is never more practical to be disproportionately risky than from 22 to 30, yet everybody goes the other way because now they're in the real world and it's time to prove something to their parents, to themselves, to everybody else, and everybody goes conservative to their parents.
And that's when I realized that there's two ways to see the world. Some people see the thing that they want, and some people see the thing that prevents them from getting the thing that they want.
This next 5-year window is when you don't go practical and safe. This is not the time to get the job mom wanted you to. This is the time to realize that you have a 5-year window. 3 for some and 8 for others. This is a 5-year window for you to attack the life that you want to win.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Don't ever let somebody, not even me. You got a dream, do something. You got to protect it, not even me. You got a dream, people can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You got a dream, people can't want something themselves. Go get it. They want to tell you you can't, period.
This is why I'm a big believer in this, is that when you are starting out, I think you gotta find the thing that's the pain. And like, pain motivates significantly faster and stronger than pleasure does. Like, people are like, no, passion's the right way. It's like, point a gun at a family member, all of a sudden, 10 out of 10. Like, people are like, no, passion's the right way. It's like, point a gun at a family member. I think people, 10 out of 10, should use their pain.
It wouldn't kill you to try. You know, spending a long time getting a life you would actually want is about 1,000,000 times better than getting a quick turnaround time on a life that you'll forever be disappointed with. You know, playing it safe seems just fine until you get to the last moments of your life and realize all of the potential that you threw away. You can never get back. And I will never know from experience what that feels like, but the thought of that realization is haunting. What that feels like,
What matters is, at some point, you have to identify what you want to do, and you've got to become the best in the world. That period is not really good. You've got to be the best in the world. So, want to do, and your thing in life, at something, you've got to become the best in the world at it. And if you're not prepared to go in with that mentality, you're never going to get there. I'm speaking to all of you out there that want to do something unbelievable.
So many of us come from these small places in our mind that we're not willing to think outside only what we've seen. That our mind works in such a small compartment. And one thing I was able to do was to dream. And until you're able to really put yourself into that dream, but don't make dreams your master, that's where you truly become what you're destined to become.
So you're always trying to come up with reasons that you don't have to do it today. But if you build reasons that you don't have to do it today, you're building the muscle either way. You're either building the muscle that says, I do what I say, I keep the commitments that I make, or you're building the muscle that says, I make excuses, I don't do what I say, I can't be counted on, right? And so when we think about discipline, it's really about what promises are you going to keep. And the tricky thing is you're keeping promises to yourself that nobody even knows that you made, right? It's not like, hey, you made this book. If I don't write this book by this time, like, you know, I have to do this embarrassing thing, or, you know, that I'll retire. You know, they're not really putting their ass on the line in that sense. But you said to yourself you're going to do this thing, and building that muscle is really important.
But you have to take chances in life. If you don't take chances in life, you will never have the life God has for life. Life is about risk. If you play it safe in life, you ain't gonna have much of a life. If you play it safe, you won't have much of a life. Life is risk. It take courage to pursue your dream. I just did it. It cost me everything, but eventually, God is very good, man. And you see you take a leap of faith. He supplies you everything you need, man. It's gonna cost you something. But most people run
what you allow yourself to believe. Maybe a better way to say it is what you choose to believe. So if you choose to believe that your energy and efforts will result in more skill set, then you will actually put energy and effort into getting that energy and you actually will get the skill set. But if you think, well, my talent and intelligence are fixed, so no matter how much I work, I'm never going to get better, right? I can't be a fast man. And if you don't think that putting time and energy into it will yield anything, then you won't put time and energy into it, and you thusly won't get the skills. So if you don't have the skills, then you can't do the things other people can do, and so people just get stuck because they don't have the only belief that matters. So they don't put the time and energy. And so that's like where everything starts. Is, are you putting the time and energy into getting better? Yes or no?
Everyone thinks you're crazy until it works.
Are you putting the time and energy into getting better? Yes or no?
And so, I mean, if you think of the outcome as the trump card, then all of the pain and suffering that you lead up to that point, if you're just as the trump card, I'm trying to think of the pain that's appropriate and say, if you're just, I was going to say balls deep certain, that no matter what, you will die or you will get there. Then the likelihood that all of the things that you've done up to that point will then be justified in retrospect is super high. And I actually see that as super, that point will then be justified in retrospect is super high. As a thing to latch onto in harder times.
Second ago pain, that's just almost like excruciating.
In harder
Seconds later, it like flows out of you, like you pull the plug when you're sick and all the water and all the pressure just goes. It's a greater feeling than what the pain was. When you the pain you felt doing that, man, it's overridden with pride. And when you feel you pull that plug and all the water goes out and all the pain leaves, what's left there after all the water leaves? There's more pain than you. Goes out and all the pain. Don't let the pain rob you of your potential, guys. Don't let what you can't do in the moment interfere with what you know you can do. I mean, don't do pain can rob you of your belief of what you can be. Because your body hears everything your mind says. And anytime you have any kind of discomfort, or be subject to the discomfort of the situation, your body remembers that, and your body just discomfort of the situation. Of the purity right here. This delivers whatever this is. And you start thinking you can't do it, and that pain's like, oh, it feels, I can't do pain. Do you think that body's going to tell your pain, the boss of the world, okay, man, no, we can't do it. Bullshit. It's like a little bit your body is. It's like, okay, we're done then. Okay, man, no, we can't do it. Your body's just everything. Your body is. Your mindset. Don't even give it a chance like that kind of thing. Your mindset.
My father could have been a great comedian, but he didn't believe that was possible for him. And so he made a conservative choice. Instead, he got a safe job as an accountant. And when I was 12 years old, he was let go from that safe job. And our family had to do whatever we could to survive. I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't. So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love.
The reason I'm gonna get what I want out of life is because unlike most, I'm willing to have nothing in the moment. Of course, it feels worlds better to have something right now, but unfortunately, what most people really want is not what's available right now. Those people with the best relationships, the best health, the best careers, it's because they were completely unwilling to settle for anything less than that. And you might think I'm overly optimistic because most people don't get those great outcomes, but I'm not most people, and you don't have to be either.
We live in a box, and we don't want to go outside that box at all, ever. We live in a box. Outside that box is all these possibilities of life. But we do, we shackle our mind. We are a prisoner in our own minds. This is all I can do. It's all I'm good at. What people understand is that they live for themselves, not knowing that you have the power within yourself to change millions of lives by facing yourself. Change.
What if it's a mistake? It's a mistake. Rest assured. What do you know? What if it's a mistake? You're going to stumble around, right? And what's going to happen is this. Assured. You're going to not stay in stasis. You're not going to wander around in circles. And I see people like that. They said, well, I never knew what to do, and now I'm 40. It's like, that's not so good. They said, well, I never knew that's not so good. And you might say, well, and there is literature too that suggests that people are a lot more unhappy when they look back on their lives. It suggests that people about the things they didn't do than they are about the mistakes they made while they were doing things.
We are training kids and people to be soft in a world that continuously gets harder. And it doesn't correlate. Like that guy talking about the tear gas with the SEALs. Is that necessary? I don't know. But what is necessary is you have to build a person that can withstand the pressures of whatever they're going to be dealing with in life. That can withstand the pressure. And we don't do that. I'm not trying to send a message of run 200 miles, be the best motherfucker in the world. But be tough. Run 200 miles. Better have a part about you that's tough, a part about you that can break down situations and get better.
We actually have to re-embrace risk on a personal level and on a societal level. We have to take the risk of freely exchanging ideas because that's where innovation happens. We have to take the risk of being able to invest and reap the benefits of that risk in a personal relationship. Getting married is a risk. It is foregoing current benefits for a future gain. Every decision you make is a risk. The biggest risk of all, of course, is the decision to be free and to take responsibility for your own choices. That's a major risk. If you take that risk, you become a better and a stronger human being, a more contributing human being, a more valuable human being. You feel better about yourself. When we discard risk, we discard meaning. When we are coddled, we discard our own ability to be a fully adult human being. And here's the dirty little secret. No matter how much we try to discard the risk, we can't actually discard risk. It's inevitable because reality entails risk. We can choose to live free rather than coddled. It'll make us better people, more open people, more understanding people. And when we do that, I think that not only will we be saving the country and saving the civilization, we'll be saving ourselves.
But no matter what challenges or setbacks or disappointments you may encounter along the way, you will find true success and happiness if you have only one goal. There really is only one, and that is this: to fulfill the highest, most truthful expression of yourself. Theologian Howard Thurman said it best. He said, "Don't ask yourself what the world needs. Ask yourself what makes you come alive, and then go do that. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. Because there's no hacks, bro. It's you against you. Come alive. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, it's you against you. You're a real problem. You against you. You're real problem. I can understand you misunderstand me running down the street, shirt off. This, yeah, I can get it. I get it. Misunderstand me running down the street. If you misunderstand what I'm saying right now, this, I can. The problem is you. And you don't want to fix it right now,
Take charge of your life. Take charge of your time. Take charge of your resources. Take charge of your health. You're the one that's responsible for your time. Take charge of your resources. It's not a requirement of society that you not have a heart attack to take care of your family. That's not a requirement of society, but you must make it a requirement of yourself. Take care of your family. That's not a society doesn't require that you build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. That's not a requirement of society. Around your family. It's a requirement you impose on yourself. That's not a requirement of society.
Do things worth doing. And I think a lot of it is coming down to making sure that you take the few precious seconds that we have to do the few things that are worth doing for the rest of your life. They see it as a pure disadvantage. And so you can flip the fact that you have nothing going for you with you have nothing to lose. And that means that you can take lots of risks very quickly and end up in the exact same position you are, which is nothing. And so if you eliminate downside, it should decrease your action threshold, meaning you should be able to do more things faster rather than do fewer things because you don't have a great life or things going for you. And so I think if people flip that, a lot more people would take action because they actually realize the advantage of the position.
Don't be scared to fail.
And take action because they actually realize the advantage of the position.
And know wherever you are right now is not who you are, just where you are. You know, and if you fall, man, fall forward. Don't fall in your ass. Where you are. You know, when they say it can't be done, you know, tell them you haven't tried yet. They say it can't be done. It can't be done by someone else. But I can't say that because I haven't tried it. And you will try.
Those who can do, but I can't say that. Talk about those who can. I'll say it again. Those who can do, those who can. Talk about those who can. Say it again. Now, can you do, or can you not? Or you just want to sit on the sideline and talk about other people, or can you step up?
How do you want to live? Stop just waking up like an accident. What do you want? And then once you find out what you want, spend the rest of your natural life waking
doesn't currently exist. And so some people call that dreams, some people call that goals, whatever it is. You're trying to pull something from your mind into reality, and you want it done a certain way, and if it's not done that way, it's not what you imagined. And so people on the outside will throw stones and call you names that they think will change your behavior and get you to stop. And the more I have been the person trying to pull things into reality, the more I've tried to weather and build kind of defenses against those things, so that when those stones get hurled at you by being called a control freak, or by saying you micromanage things, or that you have incredibly high standards, the answer is yes, because I want it done right the first time. Because either way, if you have enough will, it's going to get done the way that I want it to get done regardless. And it will be less painful if you just do it right the first time, because we will still have to do it, and you may have to do it 3 or 4 more times, but eventually you'll just come to the fact that we're going to do it this way. And I think all of the great things that have happened for humanity have been from one man or woman who had an idea and just wouldn't let people shake it. For humanity have been from
in a world that's changing so quickly, the biggest risk you can take is not taking any risks so quickly. And the biggest risk, I really think that that's true. Right? I mean, a lot of people, I think that, whenever it comes to, whenever you get yourself in a position where you have to make some big shift in direction or do something, there are always people are going to point to the downside risks of that decision. And locally, there may be downsides, right? I mean, if for any given decision that you're going to make, there's upside and downside. But in aggregate, if you are stagnant and you don't make those changes, then I think you're guaranteed to fail.
So many people do this.
Those changes.
They're talking to you.
Then I think you're guaranteed to fail.
On whom you want to. They're lying to you. And they walk away so many times. Walk away from God. They're lying. Why can't I just tell the truth? And why the hell can I just tell him the truth? Why can't I just tell the truth? You know how good it feels for me now to look at you in your eyes? Tell him. And man, I see. Because women won't get this. Women will not get this. And man to man. Because that man, you look at another man in the eye, and you know that everything you're saying is real. And it comes from a real working place. So that you earn. It's the best thing in the world.
You can say that actually happened. Like I know with certainty what I'm saying actually happened. You can say that
who I am, who I say I am, I am.
What I'm saying actually.
No more lies. You can say that. No more skirt. Who I say I am, no more I am. And that is worth every dime I've ever made in my life.
Because if you live in the future, you're anxious. If you live in the past, you're depressed. If you live in the now, you're anxious. You're happy. If you live in the past, that's how you do it, guys. If you live in the now, you commit to something. You tell everyone about it. And no matter what, they honk and cheer for you. They get behind you. Instead of being one of those subjective nature losers in life that beats you down because you're doing better than them, and you're reminding them of their failures. Losers in life that beats you down because you're doing better than them. Here it starts. Get the mind right, the body will follow. Tell the world, get a goal. Achieve a goal. Mind right, the body will follow. And then day by day, you start to do that goal. To make it the reality, guys. It's not guesswork. It's the science of intensity. If you don't have the intensity, it's the science of intensity. Come in.
When I was like 17 years old and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, as you guys know, I created my Twitch account in 2019. As you guys know, I had one viewer on my Twitch account for an entire year. That one viewer was my dad.
Imagine when you're older and your grandkids say to you, "Granddad, tell me about what it was like when you were young." And you say, "I didn't really do much, to be honest, because I was worried about what other people would think of me. I never took my shirt off because I hated the way I looked. I didn't start that business because I was scared it might fail." Just think about how silly that would sound. You only get one go around at this thing, flick and you'll miss it. Crack of the whip and then you're gone. So make it worth it. This thing, flick and you'll miss it.
May not have such a happy beginning, but that doesn't make you who you are. It is the rest of your story. Who you choose to be. It is the rest of your story.
And you won't necessarily succeed at everything the first time you try. And you won't. That's okay. Succeed at everything. Some of the most successful people in the world are the ones who've had the most failures. Some of the most successful people. J.K. Rowling, who wrote Harry Potter. Her first Harry Potter book was rejected 12 times. hundreds of games and missed thousands of shots during his career. But he once said, I have failed over and over and over again in my life's career, and that's why I succeed. I have failed over and over and over again in my life. These people succeeded because they understood that you can't let your failures define you. You have to let your failures teach you. You have to let them show you what to do differently the next time. Teach you.
An easy productivity hack. Instead of spending time getting in the mood to work, just start working. Confront the work. People think they need perfect conditions to start, when in reality, starting is a perfect condition. Perfect conditions to start.
You know, somebody called me yesterday and asked me a very simple question. You know, what do I do when I just don't feel like showing up to work today? What do I do? You know, and I said, look, we've heard the saying before. You know, you got to show up whether you feel like it or not. But I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's what the great ones do. I think it's even past that. You got to raise your standards to a whole different level. And I'll tell you what I think it is. I think it's you not only have to show up, you have to show up when you don't feel like it, and you have to want to perform and psych yourself out to be in the zone and be confident and excited in the mood, and you know, figure out a way to psych yourself out, fool yourself into being positive, fool yourself into becoming such a high vibration type of an energy where all of a sudden you start to perform and then you start believing you're excited, then you completely forgot you were not in the mood. And entrepreneurs who do that are the ones who eventually win their own championship of business. They win their own academies, Oscars, World Series, Super Bowl, whatever you want to call it. But you not only have to show up, you got to show up at the highest possible level and gain value as well as bring value to everybody around you. Show up today and show up with the most incredible energy. But most show up today and show up with the most incredible energy. But most show up today and show up with the most incredible energy. But most show up.
If a person would sit down and let their body relax, totally relax, and then start to visualize in their mind, see themselves the way they want to see themselves. See how you'd like to live your life. See yourself living it that way. Take that picture and describe it. Write it out in the present tense. I am so happy now that I see myself, and write it out. Start to read it and read it and read it and read it every day. Carry it around and keep reading it. The one point that all the great teachers all down through history have all agreed on, they've been in complete unanimous agreement on, we become what we think about. A lot of people will laugh at this and say, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe fantasy at first, it might even appear to us as being a lie. But if you read it often enough, you'll start to believe it. So our thoughts control our actions, our thoughts control our feelings, our feelings control our actions.
When you see things get bad and they say it must be God's will, that's an expression of ignorance. God's will is always for expansion and for expression. Greater ways, greater things. That is God's will for you, for me, for everyone else. Never for hard times. Abundance is our birthright. We've been conned, folks. Abundance is our birthright.
For yourself. What is the one thing that people who made $1 million that they did that I guarantee you are not doing? It is called work. They worked 12 to 14
order to achieve what you want to achieve,
it is easier to make money than ever before. You can make more money faster today than ever before in history. Why aren't more people making money? Wealthy people show initiative. Broke people don't.
The faster you are, the more money you will make. Your bank account is actually a reflection of how fast you move. I was sitting with one of my mentors, Bill Perkins. I asked him, Bill, you're worth a lot of money. You've made hundreds of millions of dollars. Why have you been so successful? And he kind of looked at me and he thought for a second. And he said, I move really fast. By the time somebody else has thought about an idea, taken it to investment committee, I've already started, made 3 mistakes, and found a better way.
Now y'all look money hungry?
I've already
That's good.
made 3 mistakes.
Anybody tells you money is the root of all evil doesn't have.
A broke person thinks that there's a limit to opportunity and a limit to the amount of money out there. That there's a finite resource of money. They think, I just don't have opportunities. I've missed the opportunities. There's this limiting belief around money that poor or broke people have. Rich people, on the other hand, understand this, that money is a renewable resource, which means if they lose all their money today, it's no problem. They can create more. Do you understand this? Do you think that you can create as much money as you want? You don't, do you? Do you understand this?
We hate we buy shit we don't need. When you really want something, just in my life experience and seeing other people, seeing myself, seeing other people that like made stuff happen, like, man, when you really want something, you're gonna find a way.
Every single day is about winning that battle against
it might not be today or next year, or 5 years or 10 years, but this thing takes priority and precedent over all other things.
You have to want it. You have to want to do that.
When you realize you have to make this shit work, or you're falling on your face, when it's a different kind of grind, a different kind of mentality, a different kind of person, a different side of you that you've never seen before that comes out. A different kind of person.
Everybody has a desire to do something, but they don't have they don't know how to really complete the process of dedicating themselves and having the discipline to do it.
This shit is worth more money than anything ever because you can make so much money off of this, bro. Look at me crazy, call me crazy in the beginning, but once I'm making millions of dollars playing video games, having crazy,
we are creative beings, and we can create money. Not that we can. We actually do. That's how money manifests in people's life. They create it. And when you have this mindset, the universe will then present to you and have bubble up ideas about how to make money.
Let's consider money butterflies. Let's say you want to catch butterflies. Butterflies equate to dollars. There's 2 ways that you can gather butterflies. The first way is build a net. There's 2 ways. Build a massive net. It doesn't matter how optimized the net is. It doesn't matter how sophisticated it is. You always have to swing in order to catch butterflies. That's most people sophisticated. That's where most people start. But you need to develop a second skill set, which is how to attract butterflies. How do you attract butterflies? By building gardens.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
Do you want to become a billionaire? Then you have to think like a billionaire.
There is all the money that everybody needs and wants waiting there for them.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. The way you feel about money is highly
The number one thing that's keeping you poor is your mouth, what you say. You see, what you say is what you get. Your tongue is a creative force. Words have power, more power than you could ever imagine. Every word that comes out of your mouth has 100 to 1,000 times more power than a thought. If you believe that what you say will have power, you will get whatever you say.
Listen to me. Rich people think differently. So what I'm gonna put in your head today is a rich people concept, so you can get to understand it. The only difference between successful people and not is just how they think. So you can get to understand it. The only difference. Quit letting people tell you you gotta get qualified in another program. You don't need another program to be successful. You need to change the way you think. You don't need another program to be successful.
Write it down, dude, and fire and wire those thoughts in your brain. Install the hardware. Keep doing it with attention. Wire those intention. It becomes the little voice in your head. It becomes a software. Then say, okay, attention. How am I going to be in my life in your head? What we're going to bundle first? How are they behaving? Okay. And before you reach dinner, how to agree, and the act of closing your eyes, mentally rehearsing the act. If you're truly present, and the act of closing the brain does not know the difference between the real life experience and what you're imagining.
Say no to the paycheck. Paycheck make you poor because they make a slave mindset, not a master mindset.
Make up your mind. There's this idea of you got to be realistic, that you got to be logical, is a bunch of nonsense. There's this idea of you got to be logical, that you got to be logical. I've been totally illogical many times. You don't have to be logical a lot of times. I've been totally illogical.
When you speak of your poverty and lack of education, you are simply directing your mind power to attract these undesirable circumstances. Because it is true that whatever your mind feeds upon, your mind attracts to you. Now you see why it is important that you recognize that all success begins with definite support, with a clear picture in your mind of precisely what you want from life.
You are on your way to making your fortune. You can do it. You have greatness within you. Remember, you were born to win. You were engineered for success. You were designed for accomplishment, and you were endowed with this success.
Do you want to become a billionaire? Then you have to think like a billionaire. Billionaires do not think about pennies and cents and dollars. They think big, and they think of ways of getting there, and not of ways of not getting there.
There is all the money that everybody needs and wants waiting there for them. And there's only one reason it's not in their lives, and that's because they're stopping it from coming into them. And there's only one reason it's not
How are we stopping?
and that's by thinking we don't have enough, by thinking we don't deserve it, by maybe being programmed with the way you were, that my family didn't have very much, I'm destined to not have very much, kind of born on the wrong side of the tracks kind of thing, or all of those thoughts. To believe that we only get money through our job. If you believe that that's the only way you're going to get money, that's the only way that you're going to get money. But you can get money from unlimited different ways.
If you decide you want to be rich, all you gotta do is start. If you decide, why not? Who gonna stop you? All you gotta do is unless you tell it to the wrong person. Why not? Who gonna stop you? Mama, listen to me. I'm going to be rich. Anybody rich in this family? Go in there and sit down somewhere. Get yourself a good job. I'm going to be rich. Anybody rich in this family? Oh, mama, you must be right. No, mama could be wrong. Because what you have in your imagination, God didn't show it to your mama. I'm sorry, because what you have, He showed it to you. God didn't show it.
Know what you want and believe that you can and will get it. Give expressions of gratitude many times daily for having received that which you want, even before you actually get physical possession of it. Possession starts first in the mind. Please remember this. Remember, there can be no application of applied faith without action. When overtaken by defeat, as you may be many times, remember that man's faith is tested many times before he is crowned with final victory. And accept your defeat as nothing more than a challenge to keep on trying.
But I'm starting to realize, bro, when you dance to your own rhythm, when you play by your own rules, but I'm starting to live through your vision, you dance to your own rhythm. Perfect indication you're doing it correctly, because they literally don't see what you see. They don't see it. They don't see what you see. They don't see as far as you see, and they don't understand why you see what you see. They don't even understand where it's coming from internally. They don't. I didn't get that back then. I just knew I had the desire for more. I knew I had a vision that I couldn't ignore. I just knew I had the
There is no end to what you're capable of doing. Once you get into this vibration, you'll start attracting things. Opportunities is going to pop up everywhere. Once you get into this vibration, you'll start attracting delayed gratification, which means putting off enjoying the fruits of your labor for a period of time, which means temporary, so that you're focused in on what you're doing. This is the one thing that people always did that people that are not successful don't do. They're obsessed with making money. They're obsessed with their mission, their purpose, their idea, their project, and it's all they do. It's all they think about. They eat, drink, and sleep. This obsession. They work on it, but it's not work to them. They absolutely love the journey, but it's because they understand the journey is actually the reward.
What would be the outcome? The experiment of being abundant would be that you
smart. A lot of money. I know that's not true because I knew I wasn't very smart. I was earning a lot of money.
If you complain about money, if you judge people who have it, if you rush when you're in lack, if you cheat when you don't have what you need, if an abundant person rush when you're in lack, doesn't do that when you don't have what you gotta look at that and say, I gotta break these habits. Oh my God, if I truly want to be abundant, I can't act this way. Here's the big one. Oh my God, if I truly want to be abundant, if I truly want to be a new personality that's in a new personal reality, I can't take life with me. I can't take unworthiness. I can't take the story that goes along with it with my parents or my grandparents. I can't take the story that goes along with it. That story has to grandparents.
When people look at the money that they're making and then the amount of effort that it takes them to make that money, they're like, you know what, at least I worked hard for my money. And then the amount of money gets printed out of thin air. You need to figure out how to make as much of it for the least amount of effort as possible. Why? Because there's dudes out there that are printing it. I don't think you understand. They're literally printing it, and you're out here working for it, slaving away. So you need to ask yourself, how can I get as much money as possible for the least amount of effort? So you need to start a business. You need to be able to understand how to arbitrage. You need to learn how to sell. You need to learn how to market. These basic skills, because the assumption that you're going to find security in a job is a fallacy. They can fire you for any of a million reasons tomorrow. Your skills are what's going to determine if you stay afloat or not. If you have the ability to make money, the job doesn't count. The idea of having a side hustle that you're not actually fully invested doesn't count. You need to be focused on making money. Money is the name of the game. It doesn't take care of it.
A lot of you niggas gonna spend your whole life waiting on a handout, waiting on somebody to come and put you on, waiting for some money to fall in your lap, waiting for somebody to come and save you. Ain't nobody coming to save you, bro. Once you understand you're gonna have to do this shit on your own, you're gonna have to have your own motion, you're gonna have to have your own grind. You move different, you talk different, you apply pressure to shit different. It's different when you know nobody's coming. You apply pressure to shit.
Life to be better. I can't help it. We can't help it. Joe Rogan can't help it. Only you better. I can't help it. Grab your ball, get a notebook, and write down what the fuck you're gonna do this year. And this is it. You're not gonna have these problems. Notebook, the drugs, cigarettes, it all starts. And this is it, all right? No more excuses. This is the year of the soldier. We're getting back what belongs to us. That's it.
You chase something that you believe you deserve until you get it. And it doesn't matter what happens. You chase it. Doesn't matter how many times you go by. It doesn't matter how many people don't believe in you. Just go until you get it. That's the point. Are you tired yet? Or some of you need to get tired. You need to get tired of what's going on in your life. Get tired of your habits. Get tired of your results. Get tired of the actions that you're putting in every day. You gotta change, man, or nothing changes.
In Africa, you know from your early age that
always going to need to give yourself a push.
The first two words of getting out of poverty are my fault. And the thing is it doesn't actually matter if it is your fault. The first it is your words of getting out of poverty. You have to solve it because no one else will. That allows you to actually do something.
Until you win, effort always goes unnoticed. Get used to it. No one roots for you until everyone roots for you. That's just how it works. You're going to lose sleep. No one roots for you. You'll doubt whether it'll work. You'll stress to make ends meet. You won't finish your to-do list. You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no way to know for years. You won't finish your to-do list. This is what hard feels like. Everything worth doing is hard. And the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. More for you. If it's hard, good.
Everything's gonna go south. Everything's gonna go south. And you're gonna say, this is it. This is how I am. It's gonna go south. Everything's gonna go south. Now you can either accept that, or you can get to work. That's all it is. You just begin. You do the math. You solve one problem. You just and you solve the next one.
The bottom line is, no one's coming.
You just and you solve the next one.
The bottom line is, no one's coming to push you. No one's coming. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV off. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to tell you to apply for that job that you've always dreamt about. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you.
There is no perfect time to start. You gotta start now with changing your life. You gotta do your best work when you're least motivated. So the days you don't want to do it, guess what you gotta do? You gotta second the do it. Stay home. Guess what you gotta do? You gotta second
This idea you have that there's a way to be safe. It's childish and cowardly. This idea you have there's a way that stops you from experiencing anything, including any feel good.
Once you've already won, people are like, he's amazing, he's so good. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. You always have to be the person who roots for you before everybody else does. And it's usually a single clap in the auditorium for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap. That's just you.
The difference between should and must is reasons. Reasons come first, answers come second. If you got strong enough reasons, if you got a big enough why, you can figure out how to do anything first, answers come second. If you got strong enough reasons, if you got a big enough why, you can figure out how to do anything.
Don't you want to be in better shape? Why don't you want to be more successful? Maybe you can't find your why because you're lazy. Maybe you can't find your why because you have zero ambition. Regardless, you need to go out here and find it.
If the why is powerful, the how is easy. If the why, but if the why isn't strong, the how is easy. If your goals aren't powerful, but if the why isn't, if the vision isn't clear, the old prophet said, without a vision we die, without a vision we perish, without a dream we're nothing.
What's the chance of you making $1 million this year? Give me numbers. Everyone's like 0%, 0%, 0%. What's the chance of you making 1%? There's always 1%. It's like 5, and that's like the most it'll get to. And I said, okay, I'm gonna give you the most extreme example, but I just want to see what happens. Okay? What's the percentage chance of you making $1 million this year legally? And if you don't, everyone that you love dies. Of you making $1 million, and everyone's like 100%, 100%, 1,000%. I said, what changed? The goal didn't change. The time frame didn't change. Why you're doing it changed. Would you wake up in the morning if everyone that you loved life depended on it and be like, yeah, well maybe I should scroll on TikTok for a while? No, you'd be like, I'm gonna take action immediately. And so it doesn't need to be like a fear of losing everybody, but what's really behind that is like, why? And so it doesn't need to be
you never wanted a regular type life.
But what's really behind that?
Is that barbecues and ball games? You never wanted a regular type life. Yeah, is that barbecues and ball games?
If you want to feel like your life has meaning, if you want to go to bed and sleep with a clear conscience, if you want to wake up in the morning looking forward to the day, purpose is a more meaningful, more reliable category than happiness.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed
this desire for more and this desire for achievement and this desire to win. Everybody else looks at you like you're something more and this desire for achievement. And they'll tell you that too. What's wrong with you? Why can't you just relax? Why can't you just do this? Why can't tell you? Because I'm just not built that way, man.
How do I manage all this misery and suffering and futility? It's like, well, I need to figure out what I would have to do in order to make that clearly worthwhile. And so then you have your goal, and then you think, well, I need to move towards that incrementally because I'm kind of useless and can only do so much, and maybe not even that. But all I have to do is be a little bit better than my miserable self yesterday. And that'll propel you forward very rapidly.
If you don't have a strong enough drive, if you don't know your compelling future, if you're not ready to climb through every brick wall, then go upstream and find that desire. Find it so when you're facing, oh my God, the money didn't come through, the bank fell through, the bank called their loan, or whatever you go through in different markets, you're just thinking, I just want to make more money to get that Ferrari. You have a reason for that Ferrari. You have a reason for your success. You have a reason for your future. That's when you say, oh, this failed, let's try again. That didn't work, let's try again. And how many times do you have to try again? Who knows? It could be 100, right? It's the people who give up on the 60th one and don't realize that your 61st time past that failure was your next level. The purpose is you.
We forget that. Every day I wake up, I don't want to do something shit. I'm like, okay, man, do you want to be every day I wake up? Do you want to feel like a little do something? Do you want to walk around all day knowing that you could, but you didn't? The main purpose of life is you feel like a little do something. So if you wake up in the morning and you don't want to do something, the purpose of life is you feel like a little. You don't care enough about yourself in the morning, and that's what you need to really research is you don't care enough about yourself. Why am I not doing this for myself? Because that is the number one purpose in life. Why am I not doing this? Is to better oneself.
What's your rabbit? So what you focus on is better. What you running at? What you chasing at? You may not apprehend it, but what gets you out of bed without an alarm clock? What gets you going when you don't feel like it? Out of bed without what makes you go get it when everybody's saying you can't?
If you don't know where you want to go or who you want to be, you eventually just float around and you will eventually crash.
Most people walk around with no goals, no ambition. They don't know where they're going. It's like a ship with no destination. If you don't know where you're going, you'll never get there. Once you know where you want to go, then you direct your time, your energy, and your attention to the execution and the achievement of that goal. It's all about intention. But most people walk around in life thinking that life is just a big fat lottery. And it's just not that case. Those that live by the lottery of life most likely end up losing.
Make up your own mission statement. What do you want to be? And once you do that, now you can work with somebody to get better. You can work with yourself to get better. But until you know what you want to stand for, you will always just be sitting down. You'll never stand for anything.
The first question people go to is how. That's the wrong question. How is the absolutely wrong question to start with, because if you've never done it before, what that produces is uncertainty. If you have uncertainty, then you don't execute at the same level. It's like people say knowledge is power. We all know that. If you have uncertainty, execution is power. Knowledge is potential power. Execution beats knowledge every day of the week. So my bias is towards action. Even if it's the wrong answer, you'll learn quicker than if you do nothing. But the challenge is people are asking how, and that produces uncertainty. What you gotta ask is what and why.
Most people are afraid. Most people have been through shit in their life, and you have to really tap in. You really have to get clear on your why and your driving force, and you have to face your fear. And until you do, and you're not going to get what you want in life, to face your fear. That's what holds most people back.
At a burrito, I came back and I'm in the law. When I walk in, I sit down. The doctor comes up and he says, I came back and I'm in the law. When I walk in, I sit down. The doctor comes up. I can't believe these arteries are in that young body. He goes, let me ask you a question. I heard your wife's pregnant. I said, I have a son. And he says, do you want to be there when he graduates from high school? To be there? I said, I have a son. And he says, he goes, your wife's pregnant. What do you have? And I said, a daughter. I said, where you get a dad? He goes, would you like to walk her down the aisle on her wedding day, or are you okay that it's some other man? Where you get a dad? I went, what the f*** would you understand, right? Like, and he goes, I want to be very clear with you. If you keep going down the road you're going, there'll be some other man with your son at graduation high school, and a stranger's walking your daughter down the aisle. It's not even born yet on her wedding day. And I went, boom. And he goes, but if you do exactly what I tell you to do, you'll be there. And so to this day, brother, there are mornings when I wake up. Not every morning. I don't want to go to the gym. I know Bella's wedding. So to this Bella's wedding, Bella's wedding. So my standards are high because of my big old reasons. Bella's wedding. Other dudes may miss the gym that day because they're not going to miss their daughter's wedding if they don't know. But I've other dudes may miss the gym that day because I've missed their daughter's wedding if they don't know.
education. Do that with development. Do that with your career.
You
Do that
are
with your
creative
education.
force.
Get the millionaire mindset. If you don't have the millionaire mindset, that money is a renewable resource, and that you can create, and it is God, the universe, which is the source of your supply, that gives you the power to get right. If you don't have that mindset, which is the source, then you're going to have a struggle. Making your first million and making any large amounts of money. Money is a renewable resource. You can create any money.
Now let me give you a description of the one thing which represents the main difference between a successful person and a failure. One thing, please listen carefully. Main difference. Think for yourself as I speak, because failure to recognize the truth I am about to give is the starting point of most failure to recognize. Successful people in all occupations, all professions, and all callings have one trait which distinguishes them from the failures. It is their capacity for belief. The failures see the hole in the donut, but do not see the donut around the hole. The successes see the hole also, but they see the donut around the hole.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got. The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got. We're going to go back to childhood, and we're going to go to the future. What conversations do you remember your family having when you were young? What phrases? Here's some examples that might sound familiar. We can't afford it. Here's the consequence of it. This person, hopefully, they end up in a pretty nice job. Maybe they've done well. They have some decent amount of money. They come to me and go, why do I still feel guilty ordering a salad when I eat out? And my partner is saying, we have the money. Look at our checking account. Why? Well, trace it all the way back to conversations you had starting at age 6. Wow. It's not about wealth. Trace it all the way back to conversations you had starting at age 6.
It's a strange fact that most people make a negative application of their great power of faith by thinking about and believing in poverty, ill health, fear, failure, and defeat, when it would be so easy for them just to change their thinking over to the circumstances and things they desire. If you aim for success above mediocrity, you will need to learn to act on your own personal initiative, because your success is something which you must achieve for yourself without someone telling you what to do or how to do it. There are two kinds of men who never amount to much. Those who cannot do as they are told, and those who can do nothing else.
Most people learn how to fail and how to succeed. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. When they developed Tesla, everybody thought it's not a new idea. But they were persistent, they were convincing, and they could see something that most people did not see. They were the same thing with Google, the same thing with Apple. They were providing something that people were looking for, but they did not know how to put it together. So if you want to be a billionaire, you have to start thinking what will work, and not only what will fail. Billionaires look at their experience and say, this did not work, what can I learn from it? You have to change the way you think about it.
There's been many periods in my life that I've had internal change, which was this: work, no results, but I'm a little bit better. Which was this: work, no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, no results, I'm a little bit better. Boom, just got paid. Just got paid, and it looks like overnight success. It's like, oh, it happened in here. No, bro, it doesn't. It's like, because if you do all those things, even if nothing happens, and you know you're doing the right thing, you're on track, overnight success becomes this easy thing because you were internally growing. Overnight success becomes this easy. It looks like you're doing it all right. You want to make money. The key to making money is serving others. You want to make money, you serve more money. People always say, athletes make so much money. Doctors should make more money than athletes. But I'm like, wait, how many patients you got? How many patients you got? You should make more money. The doctor got 30 patients. Well, you got 30 patients money. How many people got watching the world? You got 30 patients money. So he gets hundreds of millions of dollars. I said, dude, dang, don't ever get it twisted. You serve more people, get more profits, get more money. Another way to get wealth is through servitude. Right here, the more people you serve, the richer you become. The more people that you can serve, the more ease
lifetime. Like, no, there are an abundance of opportunities, tons of opportunities. There's huge amounts, and if you don't take advantage of this because of various conditions and circumstances, that you can't, there'll be another one down the road. This is the confidence or knowingness that you can and will have tons of opportunities in this lifetime. You can't take advantage of every single one. Take advantage of the ones you want.
Oh, it's so easy to make money. You know this online. Anybody can go out and make 10 grand. Literally. I was talking with a guy in Singapore, probably worth a couple $1 billion. I was having a conversation with him. He's like, you know what the biggest issue is between you and people who make no money? The biggest, like what? Financial literacy. He said most people are financially illiterate, and it's a language. Financial literacy. What do you mean? Most people are finance is the language of people, and it's self-education will never betray you. Self-education will never betray you. You have to sit down and self-education. You don't like to read books. Nobody gives a fuck. The marketplace doesn't care.
In order for us to change a belief or perception about ourselves and our lives, we have to make a decision for perception with such firm intention that the amplitude of that decision carries a level of energy tension that's greater than the hardware programs in your brain and the emotional conditioning in your body. That's greater than the your body literally has to respond to your emotional conditioning. Examine your personality, examine your personal reality, change your personality, change your personal reality. Don't make it be about abundance. Make it about change your personality, change your abundant reality. Don't make it be about a person who's not about.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. There's a moment, and that's when he becomes a man. When every boy, and some boys never get there, stay children forever.
The winner never quits, and a quitter never wins. Definiteness of birth. The winner never. By now you should know what you want most from life, and you should have a planned mind capable of mastering all of their problems. Just remember this about adversity. Nothing is ever so bad or so unpleasant. Just remember that it may not yield some benefit if we keep a positive mental attitude toward the experience and make it a habit to look for that seed of an equivalent benefit.
What is money? Define it. What is money? You go in, you give your time, your energy, your attention towards a task, and you get paid. What is those 15 pounds that you're getting for that hour worth? No, not your time. What is it worth? Where does it come from? Who gives that thing value? It has no value. That money isn't real. So what you need to do is you need to create money. And you create money by elevating the way that you think about finances, the way that you think about business, the way that you think about work. You don't work in order to get a paycheck. You work in order to build things that create money.
Your body is so objective that it's believing it's living in that reality where you are abundant. As long as you feel that emotion, you're not separate from it any longer. You're no longer in lack. You're no longer looking for that emotion. You're not going to say, why hasn't it happened yet? If you're feeling abundant, why would you look? The longer you're conscious of that energy, if you're feeling abundant, you draw that future to you. Nothing changes that energy in your life until you change.
Every family deserves to have a winner. I think it should be you. Every family deserves. You also have to disconnect, unplug your umbilical cord from the belly button. Average connect, unplug yourself into the mindset of a winner, which is a winner does more than expected every single time, no matter how they feel, no matter the circumstances. A winner shows up every single time, 10x times more than the average person. A winner shows up. A winner has these unreasonable expectations of himself. A winner knows that he's destined for greatness. And no matter how many people around him tell him to slow down, be careful, watch out, that's too risky. You don't have the genetics, the DNA, the money, the mind, the brain power for that. A winner locks onto their goals and keeps going. This is a millionaire mindset. It's just money. This is made on mindset. Pieces of paper with pictures on it so that we don't have to kill each other just to get something to eat. Rich people's mindset, the millionaire mindset, the real, most important millionaire mindset is this. You think and you know and you have complete confidence in your own ability to create. You know that you have the ability to create money. You have confidence that you have the ability to create money anytime you need. With the help of the universe. There's nothing wrong with being broke, homie. With the help. Something wrong with something being poor.
is no nobility in poverty. I've been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I just rich everything.
Poor thinking habits keep most people poor. Not poor working habits. Most people work hard, but they don't think hard. And so taught me that the mind is like a factory, a mental factory. And whatever you think about all day long pours ingredients into this mental factory. And that's what builds the economic, social, financial fabric of your life. As you think, so you become how off of your life.
There's an important phrase you use here. I think it's time you all learned it. Act as if. You understand what that means? I think it's time. Act as if you are the president of this firm. You understand what that means? Millionaire. That's just that simple.
Let me tell you what rich people do. Rich people give themselves pep talks when no one's around. Let me tell you what rich people, when they're by themselves, they say things like, I'm a winner. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I am going to win. I'm going to make this happen. I'm being sick and tired, and I
Look at all those people down there.
I'm going to make this happen.
Do they follow the rules for what? Look at all those people down there. They're letting fear lead down. Do they follow the rules for what? Look at all those people down there. What happens if they don't? Fear lead down. Do they follow the rules? Life's simple. You make choices and you don't look back.
Stay small enough, long enough, you'll be big enough soon enough. See you at the top because the bottom is too crowded, but we never look down on anybody unless we're willing to help them up. So believing that you can is way more profitable than believing that you can't.
Successful people are always too busy doing what the other guys are still talking about. Successful people are always willing to do what the other guys are not willing to do.
Your friends are shit. If someone made 25 grand last month, they're not going to believe you. Your friends are shit. Parents don't like the life you lead, they're not going to do mom and dad. Your friends are shit. See how it feels when you're making their mom and dad.
Set a goal to become a millionaire. Here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. Here's why. Set a goal that will make you stretch that far to achieve it. For what it will make of you to achieve it.
Today, it's easier to make money than ever before. You are on your way to having your first $1 million in the bank and all of your bills paid. To having your first $1 million in the bank and all of your bills paid.
Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development.
Why is it that people are successful? It's simply this. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Why? It's because the rich think about wealth and affluence all the time. And what do the poor think about? The poor think about life, loss, and limitations. Risk, danger, fear, failure all the time.
Think and grow rich. Think and grow rich. Think and grow rich.
You become what you think about. And here's the interesting thing. You can choose what you think about. Choose. With your business, what you think about. Choose what you're aiming at. With your leadership, you can choose what you're aiming at. With your team, choose. Help them choose what you're aiming at. The act of intentionality is so freaking powerful. It's unbelievable. The act of Henry Ford said, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. I am amazed at the things we don't do because we have this little tiny bit of fear that offsets all the other data and all the other evidence in our life that causes us to not go do something. Because we just don't believe. And it's weird when you start to believe that causes you to not go do what you think about.
For saying I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it yet. And that's true to everything. Right? There's nothing that you can't do. I may not have done it yet. And that's true. You don't know if you can do it or not until you can really practice. And then you find out if you can do it or not, or how well you can do it.
Money is not our issue. The mindset of money is our issue. If you don't have a mindset for money, then trading stocks and options wouldn't be the game for you because you're not going to know how to manage your risk. You're not going to have the discipline to be able to stay out of the market when necessary. You're not understanding money in its totality. So when you got the mindset of money coupled with the skill of making money, this is what equals a wealthy person. This is what allows a person to be able to build wealth throughout their generations.
You cannot have what you're not willing to become vibrationally. If you do get it, you'll lose it. This is why people that win the lottery, they lose everything. They'll get a modicum of success but can't hold on to it because inside they weren't vibrationally aligned. They really hadn't come in. So you can temporarily manipulate it to get vibration, but to have it completely, you have to lift frequency vibration and become that. You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got. I have found in my experience that income does not far exceed personal development. Now, sometimes income takes a lucky jump, but sure enough, unless you grow out where it is, it'll usually come back where you are. Life has strange ways. If somebody hands you $1 million, best you become a millionaire quickly, so you get to keep the money. Otherwise, sure enough, it'll disappear. Somebody once said, if you took all the money in the world, divided it up equally among everybody, it would soon all be back in the same pockets. Incredible.
Money does not exist. Did you know that? I learned that years ago from a very wealthy man. I was free from money that day. He says money is an idea. It's in your head. It's an idea. You are supposed to work for purpose, not money. If you find your purpose, money will find you. If you're not in your purpose, you haven't found your purpose, you're still working for money. Money's your boss.
Think and grow rich. If you can focus on building something for you, your life will be way better. So I started down that journey because at the end of the day, thoughts are things. What you think about truly becomes your reality. One of the most magnificent things that I've discovered in the 46 years I've been on this earth is that genuinely, whatever reality you create in your mind, you can eventually walk towards and exist it. That's amazing because I believe we're creating, and I believe that we can co-create. A lot of people think that's hocus pocus. But what, like my mentor said, he said, no, it's hocus focus. Wow. Focus on it, for real. Really focus on a particular destination that you want to get to, and then you're willing to put in the work every day, consistently, eventually get to. And are you willing to put in the work every day, consistently?
Everything is possible in your life when you believe. When you believe, everything is possible.
What come out your mouth is what's gonna come back to you. It's the law of attraction. All men are dogs. You finna meet all of them. I never get nobody. You're not. I can't lose this weight. You sure ain't. I'm gonna get fit this year. Strong positive. I'll never be rich. Promise you. I'm gonna be rich one day. Strong positive. That's how it works, man. It is the law of attraction. The moment you say it, you begin to change. It's the process. If you think big, you'll be big. If you think small, you'll be small.
A negative mental attitude can bring you nothing but failure. Remember always, you are where you are and what you are because of your mental attitude in which you relate yourself to other people. Remember also, your mental attitude is the one and the only thing over which you have complete control. Success is something which has to be claimed, and success is something which has to be earned.
Anything that you can hold in your mind on a continuing basis, you can be, have, or do. You will become what you think about. Your only job is to make a very, very clear decision about the person you want to be, the things that you want to have, the goals that you want to accomplish, and then make sure that you feed your mind continuously, day by day, week by week, hour by hour, with words, pictures, images, ideas, thoughts, and information consistent with your goals and your ideals.
You cannot have wealth in your material world until you first visualize the wealth in your mind.
If you get a picture of what you really want, then it's just a matter of time until you have it. And keep reminding yourself that you have tremendous reservoirs of potential within you, and therefore you are quite capable of doing anything you set your mind to. You really can. And therefore, all you must do is figure out how you can do it, not whether you can or not.
About 5 years ago, I met a wise and wealthy man who spent his entire life studying success, and he'd reached a clear conclusion concerning the reason for success in life and especially in business. He's dead now, but I'll never forget what he told me. He said the key to success was to set a goal and then to stay with it until you achieve success in at least one important thing. He said that your subconscious mind will then accept that success experience and store it as a pattern, like a template. And then from then on, your subconscious will drive you and direct you and guide you to repeat the pattern of success in other things that you attempt. Another way of saying it is that nothing succeeds like success. Psychologists have demonstrated that achievement brings you a natural high. Once you've experienced your first great success, not only will you unconsciously program to repeat it, but nothing else will ever give you the same wonderful sense of satisfaction.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Not even me. Don't ever let somebody, you got a dream, you got to protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do it. You want something, go get it. Do something themselves, period. They want to tell you you can't do it.
When you realize how powerful your mind is, you can create anything you want. This is the goal, the main thing of being alive, is learning how to create. And now when the veil is
per second, 2 and 4. And the more and more you act on it, even though you don't feel good about it, but you work with the idea, you start to develop this change in vibration. But what is really happening is you're impregnating the self with the characteristic or the idea. What we need to do is we need to constantly think about where we're going, what we want to do, and we start to increase our level of thinking by vibration, and we begin to attract thoughts of a like nature that'll move us in that direction.
How badly do you want what you want? How badly do you want it? Or do you want it at all? You see, there's an awful lot of people who want an awful lot of things. But how badly do they want it? If you want it so badly, if you want it with tremendous intensity of desire, there's really nothing in the world that can stop you from getting it. There's an interesting story was told about Socrates, and Socrates was talking to one of his students, and the student said, I am hungry for knowledge. What can I do to increase my knowledge? And Socrates said, knowledge is something that is readily available and easy to get if you want it bad enough. He said, I'm sure I want it badly enough. And Socrates said, come with me, and he walked him offshore into the ocean, and walked him offshore into the Aegean Sea. And I got about 3 or 4 feet, and Socrates was a very, very strong man, grabbed the young man and put his head under the water. And the young man began to struggle, and finally became incredibly frantic, and finally brought him up, and he said, now what did you want while you were under the water? And he said, all I wanted was air. He said, all I could think of in this whole world was air. He said, when you want knowledge with the same intensity that you wanted that oxygen, you will get all the knowledge that you could desire. And when you want anything with great intensity, if you have the desire, you'll get it.
This is the millionaire mindset.
Subconscious mind hears what you tell it to hear and sees what you make it see. For example, if you're constantly thinking, I'm tired of being broke, your subconscious mind will prove you right. It hears, I'm tired of being broke, and it works all day and night to make it true. Your words are spells, that's why you spell words. They're magical, your tongue can slay you. Hold it if you don't know how to use it.
Stay small enough, long enough, you'll be big enough soon enough. See you at the top because the bottom is too crowded, but we never look down on anybody unless we're willing to help them up. Believing that you can is way more profitable than believing that you can't.
Successful people are always too busy doing what the other guys are still talking about. Successful people are always willing to do what the other guys are not willing to do.
Your friends are shit. If someone made 25 grand last month, they're not going to believe it. Your friends are shit. Parents don't like the life you lead? Mom and dad. See how it feels when you're making their dad.
Set a goal to become a millionaire. Here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. Here's why. Set a goal that will make you stretch that far to achieve it. For what it will make of you to achieve it.
Today, it's easier to make money than ever before. You are on your way to having your first $1 million in the bank and all of your bills paid.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Not even me. Don't ever let somebody. You got a dream. You got to protect it. People can't do something themselves. They want to tell you can't do it. You want something, go get it. Do something themselves. Period. They want to tell you can't start working for yourself. You want something. Sky's the limit.
What is the one thing that people who made $1 million that they did that I guarantee you are not doing? It is called work. They work 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week on making money. They had an obsession with making money. That's all they thought about. They had singular focus. They had singleness of purpose. And I guarantee you don't do that because you want to live a balanced life. Well, I'm sorry, but people who succeed in life don't live a balanced life. It is a fantasy. It is a myth. If you say I want to live a balanced life and make millions, welcome to Fantasy Island.
If you want to unlock your potential, if you want to go straight to the stars, you have to use the law of substitution to keep your mind on what you want. Use the law of concentration to dwell continually on the results you desire. Be solution-centered rather than problem-centered. Be goal-centered rather than loss-centered. And the law of subconscious activity will begin to adjust your words, your actions, your feelings, your emotions, and everything to the point where you will draw into your life the people and circumstances that will harmonize with it. Now, what's the most powerful thing you can
100% effort into something, then you can't lose your life. God those really deserve the results. And if you truly try, you can really commit yourself 100% to something. I don't see how you can fail it. But I don't think you can make yourself 100%. I refuse. I completely refuse. You can't fail it.
You said you were going to do it this year, but you didn't. So what's going to be different about this? You said you were. What kind of person are you going to actually become in order to achieve what you want to achieve? Person are you
There's
going
a
to
law in physics that basically says that when you have energy that is vibrating at a particular frequency, within 17 seconds, other energy like that will be attracted to it. So if I'm having a positive thought or a negative thought, then what happens is that energy is attracted to. I have other thoughts that are like that thought. So if you do that 17 seconds, for 68 seconds, then momentum begins to occur. So let's say that I'm normally, all of our emotions have a frequency to it. So if I'm in despair or anger or worry, all of those are lower, denser frequencies. You get into things like contentment, happiness, joy, love. Those are higher, faster frequencies. Let's say that I normally live in contentment, and that's my set point. That's where I live. I think about that all the time. That's what my makeup is, that sort of thing. When I'm driving down the highway, all of a sudden a car cuts me off, and I get angry. So now I'm in the lower, denser frequency. And so then I go back to the office, and I'm telling all my colleagues, here's what happened. This knucklehead cut me off. Go home, tell my wife back. What am I doing? I'm vibrating angry energy. I'm attracting into my world whatever it is that I'm vibrating. So where my thoughts are, that's what's creating my reality.
It is easier to make money than ever before. You can make more money faster today than ever before in history. Why aren't more people making money? Wealthy people show initiative. Broke people don't.
The faster you are, the more money you will make. Your bank account is actually a reflection of how fast you move. I was sitting with one of my mentors, Bill Perkins. I asked him, Bill, you're worth a lot of money. You've made hundreds of millions of dollars. Why do you think you've been so successful? And he kind of looked at me and he thought for a second. He said, I move really fast. By the time somebody else has thought about an idea, taken it to investment committee, I've already started, made 3 mistakes, and found a better way.
Now y'all look money hungry,
I've already
and that's good.
made 3 mistakes.
Anybody tells you money's the root of all evil doesn't have it. That's
A
good.
broke person thinks that there's a limit to opportunity and a limit to the amount of money out there. That there's a finite resource of money. They think, I just don't have opportunities. I missed the opportunities. There's this limiting belief around money that poor or broke people have. Rich people, on the other hand, understand this, that money is a renewable resource, which means if they lose all their money today, it's no problem. They can create more. Do you understand this? Do you think that you can create as much money as you want? You don't, do you? Do you understand this? Do you think
buy shit you
as
don't need.
much money as you want?
When you really want something, just in my life experience, seeing other people, seeing myself, seeing other people that like made stuff happen. Like, man, when you really want something, seeing other way, seeing ultimately, seeing other people that like made stuff happen. About winning that battle against and it might not be today or next year or 5 years or 10 years, but this thing takes priority and precedent over all other things.
You have to want it. You have to want to do that.
When you realize you have to make this shit work or you're falling on your face, when it's a different kind of grind, a different kind of mentality, a different kind of person, a different side of you that you've never seen before that comes out. When you go off,
everybody has decided to do something, but they don't have that. They don't know how to really complete the process of dedicating themselves and having the discipline to do it.
Complete delusion. You gotta believe the delusion because it's only delusional until it works. So is it really delusional?
you have to be crazy enough to think that it's possible. That's how you really do something work. You have to be crazy. That's how you think that it's possible. You have to believe it's possible, okay? And when you believe something is possible, everything else will figure itself out.
If you can see it here, and you have the courage enough to speak it, if you can see what happens.
The power of the mind. People don't understand. We still don't understand. I still don't understand how powerful it is. I'm still learning. But I know one thing is I can make things happen.
We don't get in life a reflection of what we want, because what we want we lack, but we always get a reflection of who we are being. And who we are being is representative of our vibration, how we're thinking, feeling, and acting. So becoming aware of those three things and becoming aware of where the attachments are from childhood, where the attachments are from the past, is where the freedom really begins. Much of my journey has been just becoming aware of these attachments, letting them go. Once you let that go, things naturally begin to align. And as a result of that alignment, there's more synchronicity, in the right place at the right time. You're feeling higher vibrational emotions where you could literally feel high a majority of the time without using substances. And once you're aware that that's a potential, then becomes a game of what can I let go of? And once you're aware that that's a potential,
it's worth a game of more money than anything ever because you can make so much money off of this, bro. Look at me crazy, call me crazy in the beginning, but once I make millions of dollars playing video games, having crazy,
we are creative beings, and we can create money. Not that we can. We actually do. That's how money manifests in people's life. They create it. And when you have this mindset, the universe will then present to you and have bubble up ideas about how to make money.
Let's consider money butterflies. Let's say you want to catch butterflies. Butterflies equate to dollars. There's two ways that you can gather butterflies. The first way is build a net. Right? Build a massive net. It doesn't matter how optimized the net is. It doesn't matter how sophisticated it is. You always have to swing in order to catch butterflies. That doesn't matter how sophisticated. That's where most people start. But you need to develop a significant second skill set, which is how to attract butterflies. How do you attract butterflies? By building a garden.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
Do you want to become a millionaire, then you have to think like a millionaire.
Absolutely everything.
It's just money. To become a millionaire, then it's made us like a millionaire.
Pieces of paper with pictures on it, so we don't have to kill each other just to get something to eat. Pieces of paper.
Rich people's mindset, the millionaire mindset, the real most important millionaire mindset is this. You think and you know and you have complete confidence in your own ability to create. You know that you have the ability to create money. You have confidence that you have the ability to create money anytime you need. With the help of the universe.
There's nothing wrong with being broke, homie. There's only wrong with something being poor. There's nothing because poor is a mindset. Broke is just a temporary situation. Just you fix. But being poor, temporary situation, that's a mind state. Just you fix.
The reason you want it so damn bad is because you know you can get it. You know you're capable. You know if you do everything right or everything that you're supposed to do, that you can achieve. And when you know you can do it, you get pissed off when you don't have it already. And see, the problem is so many people don't think that they can do it. That's when you lose your drive. People want to talk about where's that fire. That fire is by starting. You gotta ignite it. That's gonna light that fire. Now you know how big this fire can get. You know how dangerous you can be. You just gotta stoke the fire every day. You gotta keep adding to it. Every time you add to it, it gets a little bigger. It gets a little more possible. It doesn't seem so crazy anymore. And after you add it enough, you see what's capable. Until one day that fire is there. There's any more rage, all because of the spark.
Nothing ever just happens by luck, but every effect has its definite cause, albeit we often observe effects, the causes of which we cannot isolate or understand.
Now, there's three types of people in this world. Those who watch things happen, those who wonder what happened in this world, and those who get up and make it happen. And it's easy for you to figure out what type of person you are. And those who get up, do you wait to start doing it until you feel like doing it? Or do you get up, do you get after it until you feel like doing it? Come on now. It starts with the dream killer button. Don't you feel like what you're doing? Come on now. You're going to snooze yourself or choose yourself. Don't confuse yourself and lose yourself. How you going to start your day with a nap? Don't confuse yourself. You ain't even done nothing yet. How you going to start your day with a nap? You had plans on waking up last night. You ain't set that alarm. What happened since then? Your dreams got smaller, so you stay in your bed. What happened since then? Your life is less important than the excuses in your head. You stay in your bed, your dreams stay in your head. Your life is less important than you scared of what you said last night when that alarm was set. Your dreams stay in your head.
The reason you don't have more money in your life is because you settle for mediocrity. Because money is a frequency, it's an energy, it's a vibration. So when you readily accept lower quality food, what you're saying to the universe is, universe, I happily accept the lowest quality for the most important thing of my life, my body. Please, universe, don't send me more money because I am happy with less than what is ultimately authentic self. Core and spirit people say the words, I can't afford that. Authentic self people say the words, how could I afford that? That's the shift.
I shall introduce you to your greatest asset. And with this introduction, the master key to success will be within your easy reach. And with this I say this is your greatest asset, with which you may tap and draw upon the supreme power which created you and runs this entire universe. The name of this principle is applied faith. I should know what I'm talking about because I was handicapped at birth by the four horsemen which keep most people in bondage all the days of their lives. Poverty, fear, illiteracy, and superstition.
I'm gonna just tell you guys right now straight up how it works in life. There's cheat codes in life, bro. There's shortcuts in life. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now. You watch me because in some way you can relate to me or you look up to me in some way. But guess what? You can go out and get this shit too. I'm trying to tell you it's not easy. It takes a lot of hard work, dedication, a lot of blessings, a lot of luck. It's luck. But at the same time, it takes a lot of hard work, dedication, years and years and years and years. And it finally will pay off. If you work extremely hard at whatever you got going on, something that you love to do, I swear to God, your life will change. It takes you one whole year to see crazy improvement. I
guess it comes down to a simple choice. Get busy living. Crazy improvement. It's too tired of a simple choice.
You gotta want it bad.
Busy living.
You gotta want it so bad that it hurts. That you don't can have it yet. You gotta want it so throughout your whole life, every day, day in and day out, you've been putting in work and you're not there yet. That should be painful. Day in and day out, you should be punching yourself for this. I thought you wanted this shit. You tell everybody you want this shit. You wake up and you tell yourself you're gonna get it. And then you fail to live up to your own expectations every single goddamn day. And then you gotta want it with your heart to live up to your own expectations. You gotta wake up and you gotta want it that. You gotta want it as bad as you wanna breathe, as you wanna eat, as you wanna go to bed, and you can't sleep because you're tossing and turning thinking about what you gotta do tomorrow. And your goals are so far away, and you're walking and you need to sprint to even catch up, to even get close. You gotta want it so bad that nothing else matters. Anything that's not working towards that is a waste of your time. That's how bad you gotta want it. Stop wasting every single day. You gotta get up and get the after. Let's go.
You want that? Not a problem. But let's learn the formula of how to create, right? So then you'd have to feel those emotions before the experience occurred. And if you understood that you could dissociate all of your attention from this three-dimensional reality and have no attention on anything known, and understand it's the field that creates matter, not matter that emits the field, and if you could get to that place and change your energy with a clear intention and elevated emotion, your heart starts beating in this beautiful rhythm like a drum. We've measured it so many times. When that occurs, the next thing that happens, the heart informs the brain. It's safe to create.
Everyone, said Mr. Carnegie, comes to the earth plane blessed with the privilege of controlling his mind, power, and directing it to whatever ends he may choose. But, he continued, everyone brings over with him at birth the equivalent of two sealed envelopes, one of which is clearly labeled, the riches you may enjoy if you take possession of your own mind and direct it to the ends of your own choice. And the other is labeled, the penalties you must pay if you neglect to take possession of your mind and direct it. Your only limitations are those which you set up in your own mind or permit others to set up for you.
I can't. You can't? Are you kidding me? You just said I can't? I can't. I want to fucking slap that mother. You know what I'm saying? I can't.
Applied faith is the mental attitude wherein you may clear your mind of all fears and doubts and direct you to the attainment of whatever you desire.
The next year is going to go by whether you're doing something about your life or not.
Write down what you're trying to get done. Write down what you need to get done on a long-term basis and what you need to get done on a short-term basis. Write off a checklist. Force yourself. Be accountable.
The difference between a dream and a goal is a timeline and accountability. I mean, just sit around dreaming someday I'm going to get a different job. Someday I'm going to change this. Well, someday ain't a day that we
It is an inevitable law of nature that you lose that which you do not use. And of course, this applies to the use of your own mind, the same as everything else. There are no more opportunities to become rich, did I hear you say?
tomorrow, and maybe not the next month. Pero only one thing is true. I will be champion one day. I promise. I promise.
One thing is certain. No one ever becomes very wise without the aid of self-discipline. And no one ever finds peace of mind without the aid of happiness, without the strict exercise of self-discipline.
Believe me, the more you put into anything, the more you're gonna get out. The more you put in, the more you get out. So stop making excuses. Get out there and do whatever it takes to reach your goals. Get out there, rise.
Pretty soon you win. Pretty soon you'll you have the courage, the heart, the dedication, and the mind. But everybody will. You put so much practice into it. You know exactly what to do. It just sucks doing it. There is no get out of jail free card. This is why I say stay home. Because when you weren't given the gifts, the only thing you can do in life is stay hard. Because when you put that practice and every day you lace them up, all you can do in life is stay hard. It's just a metaphor.
Remember, faith is not something you get. Faith is something you already have. But you may be using it in reverse gear by believing in the circumstances and things you do not want. Things you fear. Faith is guidance only. It is not you do not want. A power which will bring you what you want. Faith is but a power that is not can guide you to go after what you want and get it.
Nobody's coming to save you, big dog. Don't you get that? Your whole life has led to this point because of you. Your shitty decisions, your f***ed up habits, your poor choices have caused you to end up at this point. The only person, big dog, that's gonna get you out of this spot is you.
You need to get scared. You need to get freaked out. If you're not where you want to be right now, you need to get scared. These people that are telling you it's not your fault, you have time, yada yada yada. No, you don't. Because those are the exact people that don't make it. It should freak you out that your parents aren't taking care of you. It should freak you out that you don't have the life you want to live. It should freak you out that if something happens, something went wrong, you can do nothing about it because you're living paycheck to paycheck. That should freak you out.
Bro, this is not that hard. It's just hard to do. There is no secret. There is no quick fix. There is no hack. There is no path of least resistance. There is no the quickest way for you to go from where you are to where you want to be is that shit you're trying to avoid doing. And not only is it the fastest way, it's the only way in most cases to get where you're trying to go. I must work hard. I must have failures so I develop skills. And I must not quit so I continue to push forward.
Choices, don't look back. About 85 to 95% of all of the influence in your life, all the reasons you do anything, is because of suggestive influences around you. Not only physical suggestions, the weather, the heat, the cold, and so on, but also the emotional suggestions, the impact of the people that you associate with. And the more you associate with people, especially people in your family, people in your close social circle, people that you work with, the more you associate with these people, the more of an impact they have on your thinking and on your future. Who do you identify with? Now, whoever you identify with today, one of the things you have to ask yourself is who would you like to be like? Who do you want to identify with? And then you start getting around the right people. Keep your mind on what you want. Keep it off of what you don't want. And everything is possible for you.
Here is a terrible word. Almost everybody uses concerning money that you need to wash right out of your vocabulary. Never again say spend money. Spend means it's gone. I've gotten rid of it. I'm not going to see it anymore. As long as the thought is formed in your mind, spend money, you are dismissing money from you. I prefer circulate. To circulate means what? Return to point of origin. See, this way you've always got a hold of your money. It never gets away. It circulates. It goes over there and pays your light bill and comes back and brings more with it. All of the money that I use returns to me multiplied. In a never-ending cycle of increase and enjoyment, thank God.
If I want to attract a lot of money, I got to see myself with a lot of money. I got to mentally accept I've already got it. I don't have my bank account dictate that. I choose that. Choosing myself to see myself with the good I already desire, I'm on that frequency. Now the trick is to stay on that frequency. Most people look at the results and they let the results dictate the frequency they're on. That's why they keep getting the same results. They have to give for a result, you've got to see yourself as the good you desire. You've got to hold that image in your mind. You've got to know it's going to come.
One of the fastest ways to create something in your physical reality is to reverse the normal process by which we create things. Usually we create things first by thinking about it. I think I'll go to that party. And then we say something about it, as in, I'm coming to your party. And then we do something about it, as in, showing up at the party. Here I am. Just as I said I would do something, because I had the thought this morning. Here I am. That's generally how we produce things in our reality. In fact, everything in this room was once a thought. That's in someone's mind. There is nothing that was not once a thought in someone's mind somewhere. But it's roots play tricks with the universe and create magic with the stuff of life itself. Reverse the thought and word deed paradigm. Turn it upside down and start with the deed. That is to say, act as if you want to experience abundance, be abundant and do as abundance does. Therefore, if you have only $5 left to your name, go to a store and get it transferred, made into singles. You take 5 singles and walk down the street and give a single to each of 5 circles who have anything less than you do. By the way, you will find those people very easily.
It's crazy because I used to tell myself, I'm gonna be a millionaire, like, on my own, like, I used to, like, going, nah, like, not even hype, like, talk for hours, like, if I had money, like, what I do this, it's crazy, now it's like, that's my life, it's scary, what I do this, I remember, like, being on the train going to school, like, I'm gonna be a millionaire, I'm gonna have a car, I'm gonna be driving around the street, like, see myself, then I asked going to school, like, came and did, like, crazy,
There is all the money that everybody needs and wants waiting there for them.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. The way you feel about money is highly
The number one thing that's keeping you poor is your mouth, what you say. You see, what you say is what you get. Your tongue is a creative force. Words have power, more power than you could ever imagine. Every word that comes out of your mouth has 100 to 1,000 times more power than a thought. If you believe that what you say will happen, you will get whatever you say.
Listen to me. Rich people think differently. So what I'm gonna put in your head today is a rich people concept, so you can get to understand it. The only difference between successful people and not is just how they think. Rich people think different. The only difference. Quit letting people tell you you gotta get qualified in another program. You don't need another program to be successful. You need to change the way you think. You don't need another program to be successful.
Write it down, dude, and fire and wire those thoughts in your brain. Install the hardware. Keep doing it with attention and intention. It becomes the new voice in your head. It becomes a software pro. Then say, okay, attention. How am I going to be in my life today? What would an abundant person? How would they behave? And before you reach for your cell phone or start scrolling through your social media, close your eyes before you rehearse yourself how that person would walk, how they would breathe, how they would smile, how they would greet people, how they would be on Zoom calls, how would they be in traffic, how would they be at dinner, how would they greet people, act of closing your eyes, mentally rehearsing the act. If you're truly present, the brain does not know the difference between real life experience and what you're imagining.
Say no to the paycheck. Paycheck make you poor because they make slave minds, not master minds.
Make up your mind. That's this idea of you got to be realistic, that you got to be logical, is a bunch of nonsense. You don't have to be logical at all. You got to be logical. I've been totally illogical many times. You don't have to be logical a lot of times. I've been totally illogical.
When you speak of your poverty and lack of education, you are simply directing your mind power to attract these undesirable circumstances. Because it is true that whatever your mind feeds upon, your mind attracts to you. Now you see why it is important that you recognize that all success begins with definiteness of purpose, with a clear picture in your mind of precisely what you want from life.
You are on your way to making your fortune. You can do it. You have greatness within you. Remember, you were born to win. You were engineered for success. You were designed for accomplishment, and you were endowed with success.
Do you want to become a billionaire? Then you have to think like a billionaire. Billionaires do not think about pennies and cents, they think dollars. They think big, and they think of ways of getting there, not of ways of not thinking.
many times daily for having received that which you want, even before you actually get physical possession of it. Possession starts first in the mind. Please remember this. Remember, there can be no application of applied faith without action. When overtaken by defeat, as you may be many times, remember that man's faith is tested many times before he is crowned with final victory. And accept your defeat as nothing more than a challenge to keep on trying.
But I'm starting to realize, bro, when you dance to your own rhythm, when you play by your own rules, but I'm starting to live through your vision, that's a perfect indication you're doing it correctly. Because they literally don't see what you see. They don't see it. They don't see what you see. They don't see as far as you see, and they don't understand why you see what you see. They don't even understand where it's coming from internally. They don't. I didn't get that back then. I just knew I had the desires for more. I knew I had a vision that I couldn't ignore. I just knew I had the
There
desires.
is no end to what you're capable of doing. Once you get into this vibration, you'll start attracting things. Opportunities are just going to pop up everywhere you go.
Delayed gratification, which means putting off enjoying the fruits of your labor for a period of time. It's temporary, so that you're focused in on what you're doing. This is the one thing that people always did that people that are not successful don't do. They're obsessed with making money. They're obsessed with their mission, their purpose, their idea, their project, and it's all they do. It's all they think about. They eat, drink, and sleep. This obsession. They work on it, but it's not work to them. They absolutely love the journey because they understand the journey is actually the reward. What you say is what you get. The tongue is a creative force. What do you say when you talk to yourself? Do you call yourself names, or do you give yourself a pep talk? Wealthy people give people pep talks. If you do these things, you can be on your way to putting $1 million cash in the bank. And I have to tell you, making money today is easier than ever before in history. It's not harder, it's easier.
And you get it when you believe it. You get it when you believe you have it. And that's, it's like people still, they sit around going, when's it going to come? 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 And that's the wrong way. You have to go, when's it going to come?
The person who's living in lack is waiting for their wealth to feel abundant. They're waiting for their success to feel empowered. They're waiting for their healing to feel gratitude. They're waiting for their new relationship to feel love. They're waiting for their mystical experience to feel awe. That's the Newtonian model of reality, of cause and effect. Waiting for that event to happen to take away this separation or lack. Nothing wrong with it. It's the way most people create. But what we've discovered is actually something else. The moment you feel gratitude, your healing begins. Something else. The moment you feel worthy and abundant, you're generating wealth. The moment you're empowered, you are moving towards your success. The moment you're in love with yourself and you're in love with life, you'll create an equal. The moment you are in awe of self and you're in love with life, you're going to have a mystical experience. And so that's causing an effect.
If you want it, don't just think you want it. Go out and want it. But you're not looking like you want it. You look like you're feeling sorry for yourself. And nobody wants anybody that's feeling sorry for themselves.
Isn't it strange that so often people have to be cut down by failure and defeat before they learn that they have minds capable of mastering all of their problems? Just remember this about adversity. Nothing is ever so bad or so unpleasant that it may not yield some benefit if we keep a positive mental attitude toward the experience and make it a habit to look for that seed of an equivalent benefit.
What is money? Define it. What is money? You go in, you give your time, your energy, your attention towards a task, and you get paid. What is those 15 pounds that you're getting for that hour worth? No, not your time. What is it worth? Where does it come from? Who gives that thing value? It has no value. That money isn't real. So what you need to do is you need to create money. And you create money by elevating the way that you think about finances, the way that you think about business, the way that you think about working. You don't work in order to get a paycheck. You work in order to build things that create money.
Your body is so objective that it's believing it's living in that reality where you are abundant. As long as you feel that emotion, you're not separate from it any longer. You're no longer in lack. You're no longer looking for that emotion to occur and say, why hasn't it happened yet? If you're feeling abundant, why would you look?
also have to disconnect, unplug your umbilical cord from the belly button. Average connect, unplug yourself into the mindset of a winner, which is a winner does more than expected every single time, no matter how they feel, no matter the circumstances. A winner shows up every single time, 10x times more than the average person. A winner shows up. A winner has 10x unreasonable expectations of himself. A winner knows that he's destined for greatness. And no matter how many people around him tell him to slow down, be careful, watch out, that's too risky. You don't have the genetics, the DNA, the money, the mind, the brain power for that. A winner locks onto their goals and keeps going. Brain power for that.
The reason you want it so damn bad is because you know you can get it. You know you're capable. You know if you do everything right or everything that you're supposed to do, that you can achieve. And when you know you can do it, you get pissed off when you don't have it already. And see, the problem is so many people don't think that they can do it. That's when you lose your drive. People want to talk about where's that fire. That fire is by starting. You gotta ignite. That's gonna light that fire. Now you know how big this fire can get. You know how dangerous you can be. You just gotta stoke the fire every day. You gotta keep adding to it. Every time you add to it, it gets a little bigger. It gets a little more possible. It doesn't seem so crazy anymore. And after you add it enough, you see what's capable. Until one day that fire is there and it's raised all because of a spark.
Nothing ever just happens by luck, but every effect has its definite cause, albeit we often observe effects, the causes of which we cannot isolate or understand.
Now there's three types of people in this world. Those who watch things happen, those who wonder what happened in this world, and those who get up and make it happen. And it's easy for you to figure out what type of person you are. And those who get up, do you wait to start doing it until you feel like doing it? Or do you get up, do you get after it until you feel like doing it? Come on now. It starts with the dream killer button. Don't feel like what you're doing. You're going to snooze yourself or choose yourself. Don't confuse yourself and lose yourself. How you going to start your day with now? Don't confuse yourself. You ain't even done nothing yet. How you going to start your day with now? You had plans of waking up last night, so you set that alarm. What happened since then? Your dreams got smaller, so you stay in your bed. What happened since then? Your life is less important than the excuses in your head. You stay in your bed, your dreams stay in your head. Your life is choosing your feelings. You just better what you said last night when that alarm was set.
The reason you don't have more money in your life is because you settle for mediocrity. Because money is a frequency, it's an energy, it's a vibration. So when you readily accept lower quality food, what you're saying to the universe is, universe, I happily accept the lowest quality for the most important thing of my life, my body. Please, universe, don't send me more money because I am happy with less than what is ultimately available to me. See how you're creating more of what you don't want? You're not living in your authentic self. Poor in spirit people say the words, I can't afford it. Authentic self people say the words, how could I afford it? That's the shift.
I shall introduce you to your greatest asset, and with this introduction, the magic key to success will be within your easy reach. And with this, I say this is your greatest asset, with which you may tap and draw upon the supreme power which created you and runs this entire universe. The name of this principle is applied faith. I should know what I'm talking about because I was handicapped at birth by the four horsemen, which keep most people in bondage all the days of their lives: poverty, fear, illiteracy, and superstition.
I'm gonna just tell you guys right now, straight up how it works in life. There's cheat codes in life, bro. There's shortcuts in life. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now. You watch me because in some way you can relate to me or you look up to me in some way. Well, guess what? You can go out and get this shit too. I'm trying to tell you it's not easy. It takes a lot of hard work, dedication, a lot of blessings, a lot of luck. It's luck. I'm trying to tell you, but at the same time, it takes a lot of hard work. You have people that work years and years and years and years, and it finally will pay off. If you work extremely hard at whatever you got going on, something that you love to do, I swear to God, your life will change. It takes one whole year to see crazy improvement. I
guess it comes down to a simple choice.
One whole year.
Get busy living.
Crazy improvement.
You guess it comes down to a simple choice.
You gotta want it bad.
Busy living.
You gotta want it so bad
punching yourself for this. I thought you wanted this shit. You tell everybody you want this shit. You wake up and you tell yourself you're gonna get it. And then you fail to live up to your own expectations every single goddamn day. And then you gotta want it with your heart. To live up to your own expectations. You gotta wake up and you gotta want it. You gotta want it as bad as you wanna breathe, as you wanna eat, as you wanna go to bed, and you can't sleep because you're tossing and turning thinking about what you gotta do tomorrow. And your goals are so far away, and you're walking and you need to sprint to even catch up, to even get close. You gotta want it so bad that nothing else matters. Anything that's not working towards that is a waste of your time. That's how bad you gotta want it. So stop wasting every single day. You gotta get up and get the fuck after it. Let's go.
You want that? Not a problem. But let's learn the formula of how to create, right? So then you'd have to feel those emotions, right? Before the experience occurred. And if you understood that you could dissociate all of your attention from this three-dimensional reality and have no attention on anything known, and understand this field that creates matter, and any matter that emits the field, and if you could get to that place and change your energy with a clear intention and elevated emotion, your heart starts beating. This beautiful rhythm like a drum. We've measured it so many times. When that occurs, the next thing that happens, the heart informs the brain. It's safe to create. What would be the outcomes? The experiment of being abundant would be that you would have to feel that feeling. You're so good at doing it with your eyes closed. It would be that you got to do it with your eyes open. Now why? Because if you're feeling the feelings of your emotions of your future, they're no longer looking.
You can do whatever you make up your mind to do. Believe, and you shall receive. Will you please remember that your life is exactly what you make it by your own mental action.
Listen to this. You do not have to be the smartest cat in town to earn a lot of money. As a matter of fact, you can be pretty dumb and earn a lot of money. I was pretty dumb, and I was earning a lot of money. So when people tell me you got to be smart to earn a lot of money, I know that's not true. Because I knew I wasn't very smart. I was earning a lot of money.
If you complain about money, if you judge people who have it, if you rush when you're in lack, if you cheat when you don't have what you need, an abundant person doesn't do that. You gotta look at that and say, I gotta break these habits. Oh my God, if I truly want to be abundant, I can't act this way. Here's the big one. Oh my God, if I truly want to be abundant, if I truly want to be a new personality that's in a new personal reality, I can't take lack with me. I can't take unworthiness. I can't take the story that goes along with it with my parents or my grandparents or my ex or whatever goes along with it. That story has to grandparents.
When people look at the money that they're making and then the amount of effort that it takes them to make that money, they're like, you know what, at least I worked hard for my money. Money gets printed out of thin air. You need to figure out how to make as much of it for the least amount of effort as possible. Why? Because there's dudes out there that are printing it. I don't think you understand. They're literally printing it. Why? Because printing it, and you're out here working for it, slaving away. So you need to ask yourself, how can I get as much money as possible for the least amount of effort? So you need to start a business. You need to be able to understand how to arbitrage. You need to learn how to sell. You need to learn how to market. You need these basic skills, because the assumption that you're going to find security in a job is a fallacy. They can fire you for any of a million reasons tomorrow. Your skills are what's going to determine if you stay afloat or not. If you have the ability to make money, the job doesn't count. The idea of having a side hustle that you're not actually fully invested doesn't count. You need to be focused on making money. Money is the name of the game. You have to take care of it.
You are a creative force. Get the millionaire mindset. If you don't have the millionaire mindset, that money is a renewable resource and that you can create, and it is God, the universe, which is the source of your supply, that gives you the power to get right. If you don't have that mindset, then you're going to have a struggle. You're making your first million, that's any large amounts of money. Money is a renewable resource. You can create money.
Now let me give you a description of the one thing which represents the main difference between a successful person and a fake one. Please listen carefully. Think for yourself as I speak, because failure to recognize the truth I am about to give you is the starting point of most failure to recognize. Successful people in all occupations, all professions, and all callings have one trait which distinguishes from the failures. It is their capacity for belief. The failures see the hole in the donut, but do not see the donut around the hole. The successes see the hole also, but they see the donut around the hole.
Changing your psychology around money changes absolutely everything.
The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. The way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to how much you've got in the bank. We're going to go back to childhood, and we're going to go to the future. What you've got in conversations do you remember your family having when you were young about money? What phrases? Here's some examples that might sound familiar. We can't afford it. Here's the consequence of it. This person, hopefully, they end up in a pretty nice job. Maybe they've done well. They have some decent amount of money. They come to me and go, why do I still feel guilty ordering a salad when I eat out? And my partner is saying, we have the money. Look at our checking account. Why? Well, trace it all the way back to conversations you had starting at age 6. Wow. Thought it got well. Trace it all the way back to conversations you had starting at age 6.
Isn't it a strange fact that most people make a negative application of their great power of faith by thinking about and believing in poverty, ill health, fear, failure, and defeat, when it would be so easy for them just to change their thinking over to the circumstances and things they desire? If you aim for success above mediocrity, you will need to learn to act on your own personal initiative, because your success is something which you must achieve for yourself without someone telling you what to do or how to do it. There are two kinds of men who never amount to much: those who cannot do as they are told, and those who can do nothing else.
Most people learn how to fail and how to succeed. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. When they developed Tesla, everybody thought it's not a new idea. But they were persistent, they were convincing, and they could see something that most people did not see. The same thing with Google, the same thing with Apple. They were providing something that people were looking for, but they did not know how to put it together. So if you want to be a billionaire, you have to start thinking what will work, and not only what will fail. Billionaires look at their experience and say, this did not work, what can I learn from it? You have to change the way you think about it.
There's been many periods of my life that I've had internal growth, which was this: work, no results, but I'm a little bit better. Which was this: work, no results, but I'm a little bit better. Work, no results, I'm a little bit better. Boom, just got paid. Just got paid, and it looks like overnight success. It's like, oh, it happened in a year. No, bro, it doesn't. Because if you do all those things, even if nothing happens, and you know you're doing the right thing and you're on track, overnight success becomes this easy thing because you were internally growing, and then the bubble pops, and then boom, it looks like you're doing it all wrong.
You want to make money? The key to making money is serving the most amount of people. You want to make more people you serve, more money. People always say, athletes make so much money. Doctors should make more money than athletes. But I'm like, wait, how many patients you got? How many patients you got? The doctor got 30 patients. Well, you got 30 patient money. But how many people are enjoying watching LeBron? You got 30 patients and millions, so he gets hundreds of millions of dollars. I said, dude, Dane, don't ever get it twisted. You serve more people, you get more profits, you get more money.
Another way to get wealth is through service. Listen very carefully. The more people you serve, the richer you become. The more people that you can serve, and the more needs you can meet, the more successful you become.
If you're going to put your effort into something and you're going to work on something,
the more successful you become.
You cannot afford the luxury of a negative thought on something. I'm going to write a book. I can't afford to think that it won't sell. Negative thoughts on something. I'm going to build a business. I can't afford to think that I'm not going to get any clients.
Do not accept from life or anyone else anything you do not desire. And remember that Mahatma Gandhi proved himself to be more powerful than the great British military forces by this simple method of passive resistance. Keep your mind eternally engaged in thinking of that which you desire most, your major purpose in life. So no time will be left for you to waste on thinking of that which you do not want in life.
The more I listen to this, the better my life gets. If they don't have what you want, don't listen to what they say. There's no greater waste of time than justifying your actions to people who have a life you don't want.
Write out this sentence and paste it in a prominent place where you work and on a mirror where you see yourself in your home. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Remember also that you are the only person who can provide you with a positive mental attitude. What are you going to do about it? On your answer to this question rests your entire future.
Opportunities in life are like trains. There's always another one coming. There's not like this is the last opportunity that will ever present itself to you in this lifetime. No, there are an abundance of opportunities, tons of opportunities. There's huge amounts, and if you don't take advantage of this because of various conditions and circumstances that you can't, there'll be another one down the road. This is the confidence or knowing this that you can and will have tons of opportunities in this lifetime. You can't take advantage of every single one. Take advantage of the ones you want.
Oh, it's so easy to make mistakes. You know this. Online, anybody can go out and make take advantage of it. Literally, I was talking to the guy in Singapore, probably worth a couple $1 billion. So I was having a conversation with him. He's like, you know what the biggest issue is between the elite and people who make no money? Like what? Financial literacy. He said most people are financially illiterate, and it's a language. Financial literacy. What is it? Most people finance is the language of the elite, and self-education will never betray you. Self-education will never betray you. You have to sit down. Self-education will never betray you. Nobody gives a the marketplace doesn't care.
In order for us to change a belief or perception about ourselves and our lives, in order for we have to make a decision for perception with such firm intention that the amplitude of that decision carries a level of energy tension that's greater than the hardwired programs in your brain and the emotional conditioning in your body. That's greater than your body literally has to respond to your emotional conditioning. Examine your personality and examine your personal reality. Change your personality, change your personal reality. Don't make it be about abundance reality. Make it about changing personality, change your abundant reality. Don't become the person who's not abundant.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. There's a moment, and that's when he becomes a man. When every boy, and some boys never get there, and stay children forever.
A winner never quits, and a quitter never wins. Definitely superb. Winner never. By now you should know what you want most from life, and you should have a plan for getting it. Going the extra mile. This is a must if your major purpose is anything above mediocrity.
Wake up every day. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want your dream? It's so much easier to forget that vision than to remember it, right? So if you're going to remember, you got to keep it alive in your mind. How do you keep it alive in your mind? You disconnect from your environment. You close your eyes. You play music in the back. How do you keep it alive? Don't be thinking about what's going to happen today. You already know what's going to happen. Don't think what happened yesterday. You already know that. Get in the present moment and say, who do I want to be when I open my eyes? You already know that. Who do I want to be today? What would greatness look like? How would put one day, one shot, one lifetime, what great abundant person do?
Don't let losers and rookies sit and say to you, oh, all our grades are the same, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. You were not born to suffer and die without being remembered or leaving a mark on this life. You weren't born to die. You were born to do something great and to be remembered. You were born to leave offspring, which are so fantastic, something raised in your image, that you, by proxy, are discovering into eternity. Your bloodline becomes synonymous with competence and capability. That's why you were born. Becomes synonymous with competence.
Don't ever let somebody tell you you can't do something. Don't ever let somebody, not even me, you can't do something. All right? Don't ever let somebody, not even me, you can't. You got a dream, all right? You got to protect it. You got a dream. People can't do something themselves, and they want to tell you you can't do it. You got a dream. People can't do something themselves. You want something, go get it. You can't do it. Period. People can't do something themselves.
Starting out, I think you gotta find the thing that's the pain, and like pain motivates
stumble around, right? And what's going to happen is this. Sure, you're going to move. You're going to not stay in stasis. You're not going to wander around in circles. And I see people like that. They said, well, I never knew what to do, and now I'm 40. It's like, that's not so good. They said, well, I never knew. That's not so good. And you might say, well, and there is literature too that suggests that people are a lot more unhappy when they look back at their lives about the things they didn't do than they are about the mistakes they made while they were doing things. About the things they did.
We have these idealized versions of purpose that I think Instagram and all this stuff kind of make terrible. But like, I think there's a lot of honor in work. Period. I think a lot of people fool themselves. I think there's a lot of honor in work, and it's not. Period. I think a lot of people
If you build,
fool themselves. I think there's a lot of honor.
you're building the muscle either way. You're either building the muscle that says, I do what I say, either way. You're either building the muscle, keep the commitment that I says, I do, or you're building the muscle that says, I make keep the commitment. I don't do what I say. I can't be counted on, right? And so when we think about discipline, it's really about what promises are you going to keep, right? And the tricky thing is you're keeping promises to yourself that nobody even knows that you made, right? It's not like, hey, you made this movie. If I don't write this book by this time, like, hey, you made this movie. I don't know that you write, you know, I have to do this embarrassing thing, or, you know, that I'll retire. You know, they're not even, they're not really putting your ass on the line in that sense. But you said to yourself that you're going to do this thing, and building that muscle is really important. I mean,
sometimes you have to let other people's dreams for your life die for yourself. And for me, it was like sometimes you have to let other people's dreams. When I continued to every day not want to wake up, that was my wake up call. Where I was like, either I continue to live this way and not want to be able to wake up call, or I was like, either I continue to live this way, just risk the fact that I'll die everybody else. And I think that like it was the hardest decision of my entire life. Just risk the fact that by far I'll die. All the hard stuff. I think that's like still the hardest decision of my entire life. Just risk
Is your foundation and your fundamental principles so strong that is your foundation? If this thing was to go away, so strong that could you still create happiness and success all over again? If your foundation and principles are extremely strong, no matter what endeavor it is, you look at the most successful people in business and everything else. They've gone to do multiple things that have allowed them to create different levels of happiness within that confined circle. Different levels of happiness. Michael had basketball, then he had the shoe brand. Now he's got other endeavors he's involved in. You know, a lot of philanthropy things. The competitive nature doesn't stop, and everybody thinks you can only be happy with one certain aspect in your life. You can create happiness in multiple things in your life, and if it gets to a point where it is burning you out, that means it's time for you that you are no longer obsessed with that thing anymore, and it's time to become obsessed with something else.
So my obsession became that humans are the ultimate adaptation machine. We are literally wired from the ground up in order to grow and improve under stress and pressure. So it's like, what's the phrase? Pressure can burst pipes, but it also creates diamonds. So it's like you need the pressure. And yes, it can hurt, but it can also make something amazing if you're willing to put yourself in that situation. So it's a weird twist of fate that humans, in order to build muscle, you first have to tear it, right? So, but once you accept that that's how it works, you can do extraordinary, right?
It's empirical in the ironics and the troublemaker that you immediately fool is the precursor to the same troublemaker. Why? Because you're a fool when you start something new. And so if you're not willing to be a fool, then you'll never start anything new. And if you never start anything new, then you won't develop. And so if you're not willing, the willingness to be a fool is the precursor to transformation. And that's the same as humility. And so if you're going to write your destiny, you can do a bad day's job. And you're going to get smarter as you move forward.
They really want what they want, and they really end up getting what they want because they have to have it. They're obsessed about it. And anytime they're obsessed about it, they start figuring out creative ways to get what they want. And if it's a girl, if it's a business, if it's a position, if it's a certain success, if it's accolades, if it's a certain place they want to be, if it's a certain lifestyle they want, they're gonna figure out a way to get it because they're obsessive. They have to have it.
just wired that way.
I was saying what I said earlier about like I believe these things to be true about the universe for the world. But a lot of those are like who I believe about myself, which is like I can choose to do work in this way, which then I can derive joy from about myself. So like if I'm struggling with shit, I can choose to be like I will be the best shit job. If I believe I will figure out how to do this more efficiently, and I will, I will get better, and I'll have calluses on my hands, and I'll have a better back, whatever. But I will do this. I will get better, and I'll have calluses on my hands, and I'll have a better back, whatever. You can find joy in work, but I will decide to.
Going back to the only belief that matters, you said it. It's the way you act is ultimately all that matters, and the way you act follows what you allow yourself to believe. Maybe a better way to say it is what you choose to believe, and the way you act. So if you choose to believe that your energy and efforts will result in more skill set, then you will actually put energy and effort into getting that energy and actually will result in more skill set. But if you think, well, my talent and intelligence are fixed, so no matter how much I work, I'm never going to get better. If you don't think that putting time and energy into it will yield how much I work, you won't put time and energy into it, and you thusly won't get the skills. So, and if you don't have the skills, then you can't do the things other people can do, and so people just get stuck because they don't have the only belief that matters. So they don't put the time and energy, and so that's like where everything starts. Are you putting the time and energy into getting better? Yes. Where everything starts. Are you putting the time and energy into getting better?
It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide clubs. It's time partying. Trying to fit in and socialize. Club, rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Socialize. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you not clubbing? Like every time I text you and invite you to go do something fun and cool, you always study. Because I'm trying to get it.
I'm just thinking how funny it is where I'm going to be tomorrow morning and my competition still drinking down their fears and they're, trying to escape the current reality, Friday night party. So they're going to try to party it up and everything else. We find some relief from the stressful life they live in. That's a full temporary relief. I'm working tonight for a permanent relief. That's why I laugh. I laugh at how much further I'm getting ahead of it.
Mental toughness isn't something that you sample. It's something that you live in every day. So when something hard would happen to these kids, I can tell it every day. It would draw on something that made them very insecure. And then it would comfort. Whenever hardness comes, you know what it is. It may be different for you than it is for me. But you go back to your insecurities. It may be different for you. And then when you go back to your insecurities, you then look for comfort. Within those insecurities. And we all back to that cookie that your mom used to give you when you were sad, when you were sick. We look for our wife or our husband. We look for comfort when you were sick. It's in those moments you must retrain your mind to think differently.
What if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? How do you stay driven? I'm going to ask you a question. How don't you stay last Monday morning of your life? Well, let me get this right. You won the lotto of the universe, which is you are a human being. Let me get this right. And you're not driven, and you're not fired up, and you're not going for it, and you're willing to sit like a lump and just wait till you die. You suck.
It gets harder for anybody that's living. It gets and breathing. So no matter what you do, that's living. You gotta keep moving and breathing. So no matter what you do, strong in the trenches. You
don't know where you're going. You're lost. You know what I mean? You have no direction. So for me, I feel like both of them together. When you meet, you had a vision. I feel like you manifest, but then you also put the work in. You magic happen.